Sure thing. Did you know that Bristol Motor Speedway's dirt track transformation makes it feel like you're watching a giant backyard racing event? But on a seriously huge scale. It's like they took a short track and gave it a gritty makeover to challenge the drivers in a whole new way. It really turns up the chaos and excitement because when dirt gets involved, anything can happen. Probably even a few surprises for those AI cars. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so get your choices in before the race starts. Wouldn't want to miss out on your dream car just because you hesitated. Alright. This is a classic David and Goliath situation. But instead of a giant stone, it's a 2014 McLaren and a Lotus. And instead of Goliath, we have Gina and a Cironi. The McLaren is known for its speed and agility, especially on a dirt track, which is a bit of an unusual choice for such a sleek machine. The Lotus, on the other hand, might surprise us with its lighter weight and handling. Given the cars, I'd probably put my chips on a Cironi and the McLaren for a good shot at winning. But hey, dirt racetracks are unpredictable territory, so don't count out Gina and her Lotus just yet. It's always fun when the underdog might just pull off the upset. Alright folks, Wanabikito is kicking things off from pole position in that slick 2014 McLaren at Bristol's dirt track. Let's see if the legend can turn some heads or if this is just a practice run for chaos. Wanabikito is leading the race. Zombush 86 is right behind in second. And Dr. Keep Sapluway is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Amy is climbing to third place. New for Life is now in fifth. Shalesy has moved up to seventh. Shalesy and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for sixth. Woeful Life is holding on to the fourth place, but Dr. Keep Sapluway is right behind, ready to pounce. Violetta Mama and Chateau Todoroki 39 are trading paint for the 12th spot, no one giving an inch. Shalesy and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 6th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 and its Bumblebee are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Scott Dixon and Cobracle are trading paint for 14th. Hingle McCringleberry and New for Life are nose to nose for 5th place. Maya and U20 Plays are locked in a close fight for 8th. Its Bumblebee just gained a spot to take 10th, and is now battling Maya for 9th. Zombush 86 and Wanabikito are nose to tail for the lead. Dr. Keeps Appleway just slipped into third place. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing up to fifth. Ingle McCringleberry and Amy are locked in a close fight for fourth. Ingle McCringleberry and Amy are neck and neck for fourth place. Shalesy just gained a spot and is now in sixth. Shalesy and Hingle are battling hard for fifth. Dr. Keeps Appleway is gaining on Zombush 86. The gap shrinks to just over a second and a half. Shalesy and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for fifth place. Nadisbury and its Bumblebee are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Dr. Keeps Appleway is closing in on Zombush 86 fast, just 1.7 seconds behind. U20 Plays and I are neck and neck for 8th place. Its Bumblebee and I are also locked in a tight fight for 9th. Ingle McCringleberry and Amy are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Maya and O20 Plays are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Cobraco and Shototo Doroki 39 are neck and neck for 12th. U20 Plays is climbing up to 7th place. Violetta Mama is pushing into 14th. Violetta Mama and Shototo Doroki 39 are nose-to-nose for 12th. Dr. Keeps Appleway and Zombush 86 are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. U20 Plays is sneaking up 1 spot to sit in 6th. New Fool Life and Shalesy are nose-to-nose for 7. Dr. Keeps Appleway is holding on to 2nd place, but Zombush 86 is right on his tail. New for Life and Shalesy are swapping positions in 7th and 8th, and it looks like I am trying to defend my position against New for Life in 8th. U20 Plays is holding on to the 5th spot, but Hingle McCringleberry is pushing hard to take it. Whip 3 out 25 and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for 15th. Egan Wright and Whip 3 out 25 are also close for 16th. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Egan Wright just nudged into 16th place. Whip 3 out 25 and it generates still locked in a close fight for that same spot. Gary 710 climbing up to 19th place. Ingle McCringleberry and Amy are neck and neck for 4th place. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Nadisbury are fighting hard for 11. Violetta Mama and Shoto Todoroki 39 are locked in a close duel for 12. Wow, Wannabe Kiddo really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on that win, you earned it. Now, for the drivers who can claim their shiny new cars, Scott Dixon, you got the fastest lap. So the 2014 Force India V JM07 is all yours. Gina Jones, you came out on top in the bet race. So enjoy the 2014 Lotus E22. Great effort from everyone, and remember, there's always another race around the corner. Here's a fun fact for you. The GT1 racing car class was like the cool kids club of racing in the late 1990s and early 2000s. Teams would take production cars, strip them down, add crazy aerodynamics, and then race them almost like they were on the street. It was like watching a car show and a racing event have a baby. Some of these cars looked so wild and aggressive. I half expected them to start talking to each other before a race. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown ends. Make your choices quick or you'll be stuck with what the game gives you. No pressure, just chaos on wheels coming up. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Hingle McCringleberry in a 1996 Toyota Sard MC8R, which is a pretty rare and specialized race car with a lot of racing pedigree. On the other side, Mergutsu with a 1995 Nissan Skyline GTR R33LM, which is legendary in its own right, especially for its performance and iconic status. Given how both cars are iconic but excel in different areas, I'd say the Skyline might have a slight edge here, because it's known for its balanced handling and acceleration, especially on a track like Algarve. But don't count out the Sard Mach8R's raw power and race car pedigree. It could be a close race with a couple of tight corners, but I'm leaning towards the Skyline pulling off a narrow win. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, Amy is taking the lead right from the start, in that classic 1995 Nissan Skyline GTR 33LR 33LM. Seems like she's got the pole position locked in at Algarve. Let's see if she can hold on to it, or if the competition has other plans. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding strong in second place, and Gina Jones is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early. NNSN Air Savage is climbing fast into third place. NN Savage and Amy are nose to nose for second. Caffeinated Car is making a move into fifth. Caffeinated Car and Mergutsu are locked in a close fight for fourth. NR Savage is climbing fast and now leads the race. Hingle McCringleberry is right behind, not giving up that easy. Caffeinated Car and Mergutsu are locked in a close fight for fourth place. Amy just gained a spot to second place. Under for life. Is now seventh after climbing one position. Maya is closing in on Jamaster Thagimra 9000, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrom and Move for Life are still neck and neck for 6th place. Maya is climbing up to 10th place, just one spot behind. Amy is leading the race in a 1995 Nissan Skyline GT RR33LM. Looks like she's holding a solid first place, no signs of trouble so far. Nafyamavi is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. They're currently in 15th place and seem to be holding steady, not making any big moves or mistakes so far. Senna Savage is driving a Porsche 911 GT198, a car known for its speed and agility. They're currently leading the race, so it looks like their strategy is paying off. Memolidar is climbing up to 15th place. Tugonit, TTV, and Mermudar are nose-to-nose for that spot. Gesitsviks is also making moves, now in 18th. Scott Dixon is closing in on me, closing the gap by over a second. Imus Gordon is climbing up to 16th place. Tugonit TTV and Imus Gordon are battling it out for that same spot. Looks like a tight squeeze. Space Switch is climbing up to 17th place. Technasty and Tugonit TTV are nose-to-nose for 18th. Gina Jones is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, with a 7.2 second gap shrinking fast. Nuva and Caffeinated Car are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Technasty and Tugonit TTV are locked in a fierce fight for the 18th spot. Caffeinated Car and Merputsu are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Maya just snuck into 8th, climbing up one spot. East Basics Vits and Imus Gordon are locked in a close fight for 16th. The Gruntenchanter is driving a 1994 Mercedes C180 TM. They're currently in 14th place, and seem to be struggling a bit with a lap time over 2 minutes. Imus Gordon is driving a 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle. Currently in 17th place and a few seconds behind the leaders. Congratulations to Senna Savage for winning the race at Algarve. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Wow! Senna Savage really pulled off an incredible triple crown. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes is no small feat. That's some serious dominance out there. Big congratulations to them for such an outstanding performance. And hey, Hingle McCringleberry, congratulations on winning the bet race. You've earned yourself a 1996 Toyota Sardan C8R GT1. Not too shabby for claiming a car, huh? This is turning into quite the car collection. Alright, let's talk about the 1960 Scarab Indy. Fun fact is that this car was actually built by a guy named Jim Travers, who was a car enthusiast with a passion for racing. He decided to create his own race car from scratch, because he thought the existing ones weren't exciting enough. And believe it or not, this little gem actually managed to turn some heads and even competed in the Indianapolis 500. Not bad for a homemade masterpiece, right? Oh wow, this is a classic showdown right here. The 1960 Scarab Indy and the 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B, both vintage beauties that scream racing history. The Scarab, with its sleek design and legendary status, might have the edge in acceleration and handling. But the Curtiss Craft has that nostalgic charm, plus a solid reputation for stability. Considering the Seattle circuit reverse, which twists and turns like a roller coaster designed by a mischievous engineer, I'd say the winner might come down to who better adapts to the sharp corners and tricky straights. My gut says the Scarab might have a slight advantage because of its slightly more modern engineering for that era. But don't count out the Curtiss Craft for being a reliable old-timer. So I'd put my chips on the Scarab, but I wouldn't be surprised if Rowdy Zarolf pulls a surprise with that vintage charm. This is gonna be fun to watch. Alright folks, we're kicking things off at the Seattle Circuit Reverse with the classic IndyCars class. Leading the pack is Everlasting Apex in a vintage 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. So hold on to your hats because this race just got a whole lot more interesting. Hey Everlasting Apex, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time to catch some epic AI car races. Hope you're ready for some high-speed chaos. Ronnie Rampage has shot off the line to take the lead. Everlasting Apex is holding strong in second place. Gina Jones is hanging on in third, trying to keep up. Chosing's Coast is climbing up to 6th place. Mina My Style at 21, and Chosing's Coast are nose to nose for 6th. Morning Stars and Maya are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Belfast, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Rowdy Zarolf and Jackson DeBox are nose to nose for 4th place. Maya is battling to catch up after dropping to 16. Morning Starcel is climbing steadily into 8th. Amy is also on the move, now 9th. Rowdy Zarolf is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Rowdy Zarolf and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose fighting for 3rd. Beltane Beast is making a move up to 14th. Chosing's Coast is climbing to 5th place. Morningstar Zilla and My Name is Tyler 21 are neck and neck for 7. Cobracle is making a move to 11th. How? Scott Dixon just nudged into the top 12. Cobracle and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 11. Ingle McCringleberry is chipping away at Pippi Langström's lead, closing in fast. Beltanity Beast is climbing up to 12th place. Pippi Langström is narrowing the gap with Unknown Tactics, closing in by over a second. Mina Maistaya 21 is dropping back to 16th place. Morningstar Zil is climbing to 7th place. Amy has moved up to 8th place. Gina Jones is slicing through the track, closing in on Everlasting Apex by over a second. Amy is climbing up the ranks, now in 6th place. Mina Maistaya 21 is gaining ground on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by more than 2 seconds. Noitherlife is making a strong push into the top 6. Scott Dixon is right behind, also climbing fast. Unknown Tactics is on a serious charge, overtaking 5 cars to land in 8. Things are heating up. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingham McCringleberry has gained 1 spot to sit in 10. Nina My Style at 21 has also moved up 1 position to 11. Everlasting Apex is now just a few seconds behind Ronner and Page. Jacinda Box is gaining on Beltanity Beast, closing the gap steadily. And Amy is creeping closer to Maya, inching her way forward. Ronner and Page is really having a rough time dropping to 9th place. Everlasting Apex is climbing up to 1st. Gina Jones is also making moves up to 2nd. The race is heating up at the front. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 4th place. Ronner Rampage is narrowing the gap to Cobracle by 3 seconds. Scott Dixon's Curtis Craft 500B is currently in 5th place, but his fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the leaders. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Jacinda Box is gaining on Belthana Feast, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Morningstar Soul is inching closer to Pippi Langström, the distance shrinking rapidly. Ronner Page is climbing to 8th place. Inga May Kringleberry is pushing into 9th. Mina Maistyle Air 21 is sneaking into 10th. Mina Maistyle 21 is way behind at 8 minutes, so he's out of the running. Rowdy Zarov is in 5th but struggling with his lap time, so the race is still open for him to catch up. Everlasting Apex is leading in a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. The car is known for its classic design and racing pedigree. Looks like they're comfortably ahead and setting the pace with the fastest lap of the race so far. Gina Jones is closing in on everlasting apex fast, cutting the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Amy is gaining on me, closing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Everlasting Apex is dropping back to 8th place. Gina Jones is taking the lead at the front. Chosen's Coast is climbing up to 2nd. Raudivzarov is now in 3rd place. New for Life is closing the gap on Scott Dixon by 1.3 seconds. Hinga Mikringelberry has moved up to 8th place. Chosen's Coast is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Runner Empage is closing in on Unknown Tactis, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Belfainta Beast is climbing up to 9th place, moving up 1 spot. Well, look at that. Everlasting Apex just took the checkered flag. Guess they really know how to leave the others in the dust. Well done. Wow, Gina Jones really took that victory. Congratulations on an amazing race. You definitely earned that win. And for the drivers in the running to claim a car, Scott Dixon, you smashed it with the most overtakes. You get to claim the vintage 1957 Curtis Craft 500B, a true classic IndyCars. Well done. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Clark International Speedway has a mix of straights and tight corners, so a car that can stick to the road and swiftly change direction would give an edge. Top speed is nice, but the real game changer here is how well the car can navigate those curves without losing time. Smooth acceleration out of corners will be key to climbing up the ranks and avoiding mistakes. Hey Elias X98. Great to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some wild AI racing action. Buckle up and enjoy the show. Hey Amin-san. Great to see you back. Glad you could join us again. Hope you're ready to see some crazy AI car races. Sit back and enjoy the show. Hey everyone! An easy way to support the stream without spending a dime is by simply telling your friends or sharing the stream link. The more people who know about it, the better and more fun the races get. So, if you're enjoying the chaos, don't be shy, spread the word. Hey Seal87! Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could make it again. We've got some crazy AI races going on right now, so you're in for a wild ride. Hey everyone! If you want to stay in the loop and maybe even join a team for the monthly challenge, make sure to hop into the Discord server. Just type !Discord in chat, and a bot will shoot you a link, so you can become part of the fun. Don't miss out on the action outside of the stream. Wow, that sounds like a serious upgrade for the racing experience. Custom career mode? That's like giving these cars a purpose beyond just crashing into each other. Be sure to check out the Discord or type !CarryRap in chat if you want to get in on the action. This is definitely going to add a whole new level of fun to our races today. Hey everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the moment. Hurry up before your chance to choose the coolest ride slips away. Wow, what a matchup! On one side we have Necrophantasm in a vintage 1967 Tetra 2603. That car looks like it belongs in a historical race, and with its unique design, it might surprise us with some sturdy handling. On the other side, Elias X988 is piloting a classic 1964 Austin Mini Cooper, a tiny but spirited little car known for its agility and quickness through tight corners. Given the fact that Clark International Speedway is a fast and demanding track, I'd say the Mini Cooper's lightweight agility could give it an advantage in those twists and turns. The Tatra, while interesting and potentially powerful, might struggle with sharp cornering and might get overpowered by the Mini's nimbleness. Though, I'm leaning towards Elias X988 and the Mini Cooper winning this one. But hey, with AI-driven cars, surprises are always around the corner. Alright everyone, this race was generously requested by Amy, so make sure to thank them. We're kicking things off at Clark International Speedway with the cars from the 1960s and earlier, so don't expect speed demons. On pole position, we've got Merchicken live in a classic 1966 Lotus Cortina. Let's see how these vintage machines handle the race. Merchicken Live has shot off the line to take the lead. Scott Dixon is holding steady in second place. Waffling Godders is sitting comfortably in third. But expect some early fireworks. New for Life just overtook Cap Holster for 5th place. Shotskis is closing in on 7th, trying to make it a three-way fight for 6th. Aminsan just zoomed past 3 cars to grab the 23rd spot. Shotskis is climbing up to 6th place. Matthew Sorostrex is also moving forward, now in 11th. Nico Broadcast is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 12th place. Waffling Godders is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Scott Dixon and Waffling Godders are nose to tail fighting for 2nd place. Wild Cabanone advances to 8th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Cap Holster are nose-to-nose for 9. Backgammon climbs to 12th. Mihail Broadcast is on the move, climbing 3 spots to take the 10th place. Waffling Goddess and Merchican Liver locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Hingle McCringleberry just nudged up 1 position to sit in 3rd. Waffling Goddess is now in 1st place. Gina Jones has climbed to 17. Emerald Take 398 is gaining on Seal 87, closing the gap by over a second. Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 3rd place. Matthew Sorosrex and Cap Holster are also locked in a fierce duel for 11. Cyril Timleev is climbing steadily, now in 13. Hingle McCringleberry and Merchican Liv are neck and neck for 2nd place. Shotskis just sneaked into 4th, inching closer. Anarchizix and Scott Dixon are fighting hard for 5th, no room to breathe. Hingle McCringleberry and Merchican Liv are nose to tail for 2nd place. Anarchizix just gained a spot and is now in 5th. Scott Dixon and Anarchizix are fighting hard for 5th position. Nico Broadcast is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 7th. Maya is also making moves, jumping 3 spots to 13. Shotskis is inching closer to the podium, moving up 1 to 3rd. Wild Cavanona and Mikkel Broadcast are nose to tail for 7th place. New for Life just gained 1 spot and is now 9. New for Life and Wild Cavanon are fighting hard for 8. Shotskis is now in 2nd place. Mikkel Broadcast has climbed to 6th. Zero Team Alive is now in 9th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Zero Team Alive is now in 8th. Pippi Langstrumpf is making her way to 10th. Maya is now in 11th place, climbing 1 spot. Seal 87 has gained 2 positions and is now in 15. Cap Holster and Seal 87 are nose to tail, fighting for 15th place. Elias 6988 is climbing to 12th place. Cap Holster is advancing to 15th place. Aminson is pushing to 17th place. Zero Team Alive just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Elias 6988 and I are still neck and neck for 11th. Emerald Take 398 is climbing up to 18th. Emerald Take 398 and Amundsen are locked in a close fight for 17. Anarchizix and Merchican Liv are neck and neck for 4th place. Zero Team Alive is closing in on Michael Broadcast, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf has climbed 2 spots to 8th place. Anarchizix is climbing fast into 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry and Anarchizix are nose to nose for that spot. Miku Broadcast is sneaking up to 5th. Looks like a tight fight for the top positions. Tail 87 is closing in on Woofer Life, fast enough to make a tailwind jealous. Hingle McCringleberry just snuck into 3rd, probably surprised himself. Zero Team Alive is chipping away at Merchican Live's lead, but it's a tight squeeze for 6th place. Shotskis is closing in on Waffling Otters, cutting the gap by a second. Zero Team Alive is climbing 1 spot to sit in 6th. Maya is also moving up 1 spot to 8th. Maya is now just a few car lengths behind Michigan Live. Looks like a move could be coming soon. Zero Team Live and Mikkel Broadcast still locked in that 5 fight, no sign of giving up. Tail 87 is gaining on Botgummanen, but still a bit of distance to make a move. Wild Cave Anona moves up 1 spot to 11th place. Emerald Tig 30988 is closing the gap on Seal 87 by 1.3 seconds. Gina Jones is gaining on Mew for Life with a 1.7 second reduction. Anarchizix just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Mickey Broadcast is also climbing up, now in 4th. Hingle McCringleberry and Mikkel Broadcast are nose to tail, battling for that 4th spot. Hingle McCringleberry and Mikkel Broadcast are nose to nose for 4th place. Hippie Langstrup is closing in on Marchican Live, cutting the gap by a second. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 9th place, making moves. Maya is on a roll, climbing to 7th after overtaking 3 cars. Anarchy 6 is closing in on Shotskis, chipping away at the gap. Zero Team Alive is making moves, now in 4th after gaining 2 spots. Zero Team Alive is climbing to 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Mikkel Broadcast, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Hingle and Mikkel Broadcast are locked in a tight fight for 5th. Zero Team Alive is now in 2nd place. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Botgummanen, cutting the gap by over a second and a third. Necrophantasm is closing in on Gmaxia, closing the distance by almost 3 seconds. Aminsan just climbed 1 spot to 20. Nathusaurus Rex and Aminsan are nose to tail for 19. Miku Broadcast and Anarchy 6X are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Aminsan is climbing up 2 spots to reach the 18th position. Athena, CNC and Nathusaurus Rex are locked in a close duel for 20th. Zero Team Alive is right behind Waffling Otters now, just a second and a bit back. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Mikkel Broadcast, about a second behind. Those two are locked in a tight fight for 5th place. Zero Team Live is closing in on Waffling Otters, cutting the gap by over a second. Miku Broadcast and Anarchy 6 are still locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Maya has just gained 1 position, now sitting in 6th. Anarchisics just overtook someone to take third place. Shotskis and Anarchisics are nose to nose for third. I'm inching closer to the top 5, moving up one spot. Maya is right behind Shotskis now, just over a second away. They're battling hard for the 4th place. Hingle, Mi Kringleberry and Miko Broadcast are nose to tail for 6th. Scott Dixon is closing in on Emerald Tick 98, cutting the gap by 5.6 seconds. Pippi Langström is having a rough day, dropping 13 spots to 24. And look at Maya, climbing 2 places to 3rd. Slow and steady, or just sneaky? Zero Timilive is now in 1st place. Maya is closing the gap to Waffling Otters by almost 3 seconds. Shotskis has climbed to 5th place. Maya is gaining on Waffling Otters, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Gina Jones is also making moves, closing in on Everlasting Apex by nearly 2 seconds. Mr. Wolf J is climbing up to 28th place, making progress through the pack. Anarchy6 is sneaking closer to Maya, with a 2.4 second gap. Wild Cavernone just climbed 1 spot to 9. Scott Dixon is chipping away at Emerald Tick 98, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Dixon and Emerald Tick 98 are locked in a tight fight for 12. Seal87 is climbing up to 8th place. Seal87 and Merchikin live on nose to tail for that spot. Butka Morning is making a move to 14th. Elias X98 and Wild Cavernone are neck and neck for 10th place. Everlasting Apex and Botkaminen are locked in a close fight for 13th. Nika Broadcast is climbing up to 6th place. CLIT7 is now in 8th. Elias X98 has moved into 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Anarchisics is gaining on Maya fast enough to make a coffee break interesting. Nika Broadcast just snuck into 5th place. Elias X98 is climbing up to 9th, probably looking for a better Wi-Fi signal. Maya is closing in on Waffling Otters, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Emerald Tick 98 and Marchikin Live are locked in a fierce battle for 10th place. Amy is closing in on Matthewsaurus Rex, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Pippi Langström is closing in on Mr. Wolf J, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Maya is gaining on Waffling Otters, closing the distance by just over a second. Shotskis has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Cap Holster is gaining fast on Wolfer Life, and the gap is shrinking quickly. CLIT7 is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry as well, but at a slower pace. Maya is now in the 14th place, clearly not her day. Anarchisics has climbed to 3rd. showing some serious progress. Shotskis has also moved up to 4th, keeping the pressure on the leaders. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Mr. Wolf J, cutting the gap by 11 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Scott Dixon has also moved up 1 position to 14. Nikhil Broadcast is climbing fast to 4th place. CLIT7 is making moves to 6th. Elias X98 is also on the rise to 7th. Shotskis dropping back to 15th place. Looks like the struggle is real. Everlasting Apex climbing to 9. Merchikin, leg inching into 10th. The race keeps its twists. Athena CNC is climbing nicely into the middle of the pack. Maya is making a small gain, inching closer to the top 20. The fight for 19th place between Amy and Matthew Sorsrex is heating up. Looks like a close one. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining fast on Mr. Wolf J, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Mikkelbergast, chipping away at the lead by just over a second. They are now battling for 4th place, neck and neck, in a race that's getting interesting. Clemmer Girl just made a quick move up to 22nd place. Mikkelbergast is gaining on Anarchisix, closing the gap by 1/3 seconds. CL87 is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the distance by 1.4 seconds. Maya is gaining on Athena CNC, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is inching closer to Mr. Wolf J, cutting the distance by a full second. TLIT7 is now in 5th place. Maya is closing in on Athena CNC, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. J Maxite has climbed to 22nd position. Inga McCringleberry is climbing to 5th place. Vodka Moneng is making moves to 11. Pippi Langstrumpf is advancing to 26. CLIT7 is now in 5th place. Elias X98 has moved into 6th. Whale Cavanone has climbed to 11th. Emerald Tick 398 is driving a vintage Austin Mini Coopers from 1964. They're currently in 8th place and have the fastest lap of the race at 2:40.793. Looks like they're pushing hard with that quick lap time. Shotskis is driving a 1967 Sunbeam Tiger and is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 2:43.678, which suggests they are holding a steady pace but haven't made a big move forward yet. Maya is gaining on Athena CNC, closing the gap to just over a second. Amy has climbed 1 spot and is now in the 17th position. Caliber is chipping away at G Maxiite, narrowing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 15th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is catching up to Mr. Wolf J, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Nikki Broadcast is catching up to NRK 6, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Maya is closing in on Scott Dixon, also by 1.7 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Mr. Wolf J, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Emerald Tick 398 just climbed one spot to 7th place. Ingle McCringleberry and Emerald Tick 398 are nose to tail for 7th. I see Maya gaining ground on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Athena CNC is climbing up to 15th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is making moves towards 24th. Gemaster Tegamini 1000 is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by over a second and a third. Emerald Tick 398 just moved up one spot to take 6th place. Elias X98 and Emerald Tick 398 are nose to nose for 6. Mr. Wolf J is closing in on Necrophantasm, cutting the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Mr. Wolf J and Necrophantasm are battling for 25th place. Ingle McCringleberry is really having a rough time dropping to 16th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Mr. Wolf J, shrinking that gap by 6.5 seconds. Everlasting Apex just moved up one spot to 8, so they're making some progress. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on Kazumer Girl fast, just a few seconds behind now. Waffling Godders is inching closer to 0 time alive. Not much left to catch up. And Maya is closing in on Athena CNC, closing the gap steadily. Gina Jones is rapidly catching up to Mr. Wolf J, closing the distance by over 5 seconds. Nikki Broadcast is making a move on Anarchasics, chipping away at the gap by 1.4 seconds. Emerald Tick 398 is creeping closer to CL87, narrowing it by just over a second. Katsumagil is really closing the gap on Gemaxiate, just a second and a half behind now. Gina Jones is climbing up to 27th place, making some moves. CL87 is gaining on Nickel Broadcast, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Lotka Moneng has climbed one spot to 9th. Scott Dixon is narrowing the distance to Amundsen by 1.9 seconds. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Elias 988, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Wild Kevinoni is climbing up to 9th place. Amin San and Merchant can live are nose to nose fighting for 11th. Ingle McCringleberry is closing in on Kazumer Girl fast, cutting the gap by 5.7 seconds. Gemaster Tegamini 1000 is gaining on Mr. Wolf J, closing the distance by 5 seconds. And Maya just moved up one spot to 14th place, climbing the ranks nicely. Waffling Godders is gaining on 0 time alive, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Emerald Tick 398 is inching closer to CL87, not giving up yet. I am closing in on Scott Dixon. The pressure is on him now. Amundsen is closing in on Michigan Live, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Maya has moved up one spot to take the 13th place. Scott Dixon and Maya are nose to tail in a tight battle for the same position. G-Maxiate is climbing to 21st place. Gamaster Tagamanin 1000 is closing in on Mr. Wolf J, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Everlasting Apex and Elias X98 are nose to tail for 7th place. Maya just gained one spot to 12th. Scott Dixon also moved up one spot to 13th. Amy is closing in on Amundsen, the gap shrinking rapidly. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on All for Life, closing the gap by 6.7 seconds. Wild Kevin Anoni just moved up one spot to take 8th place. Mika Broadcast is climbing to 3rd place. Anarchizix and Mika Broadcast are nose to nose for that spot. Elias X98 is closing the gap on Emerald Tick 398 by 2.2 seconds, so expect some action soon. Merchican Live is gaining fast on Bakamaning, closing the gap by 7 seconds. KL87 is inching closer to Anarchizix, just over a second behind. Amundsen is catching Athena CNC, closing the gap by a little over a second. Necrophantasm is gaining fast on Shotskis, closing the gap by 17 seconds. Nika Broadcast is inching closer to Waffling Otters, just a second behind. Scott Dixon has moved up one spot to take 12th place. Nika Broadcast is gaining on Waffling Otters, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Hingdal McCringleberry is also making moves on Zoomer Girl, same distance reduction. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on Muffler Life, but only by a little over a second. Things are heating up at the front. AKR77 is driving a 1967 Volkswagen Beetle. Their race is not going well, currently in 21st place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Hingdal McCringleberry is gaining fast on Zoomer Girl, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Waffling Otters is inching closer to Zero Time Alive, shaving off nearly 2 seconds. Anarchizix is catching Miko Broadcast, narrowing the distance by just over a second. CL87 is gaining on Anarchizix, closing the gap by over a second. Pippi Langstrup has climbed one spot to 23rd. Gyasta Tagamanin 1000 is closing in on Mr. Wolf J, cutting nearly 3 seconds off the distance. CL87 is gaining on Anarchizix, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Everlasting Apex is inching closer to Elias second behind now. Athena CNC has climbed one spot and is now in 12th place. Nico Broadcast is gaining on Waffling Otters, closing the distance by 1 second. Daylight T7 just moved up 1 spot to take the 4th place. Emerald Ticker 988 is narrowing the gap on Anarchy 6, cutting it down by 1.1 seconds. Gamasta Tigamanine 1000 is gaining fast on Mr. Wolf J, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Nico Broadcast is inching closer to Waffling Otters, just over a second behind. Maya is catching Matthewsaurus Rex, closing the distance by 1 second. Emerald Tick 30988 is gaining on Anarchy 6, closing the gap to just over a second. Maya is closing in on Matthewsaurus Rex, cutting the distance by more than 2.5 seconds. Move for Life is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Wild Kebanona is now in 8th place. Aminsan is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. I am closing in on Matthewsaurus Rex, narrowing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Nico Broadcast is gaining on Waffling Otters, closing the distance by 1 second. Iliasix 988 is inching closer to Emerald Tick for 988, also by 1 second. Pippi Langstrom is really closing in on Kazuma Girl, cutting the gap by over 3 seconds. Emerald Tick 3988 is gaining on Anarchy 6, closing the gap by just over a second. Everlasting Apex is also making moves, closing in on Wild Kevanonen by the same margin. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 22nd place, leaving some behind. Emerald Tick 3988 is closing in on Anarchy 6, cutting the gap by a little over a second. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Gina Jones is making moves, climbing up 1 spot to 24th. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on G Maxiite, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Gina Jones is inching closer to Naboo for Life, narrowing the distance by a little over a second and a half. Necrophantasm is climbing up the ranks, now in 26th place. Nico Broadcast is gaining on Waffling Otters, closing the distance by almost 3 seconds. Ilya 6988 is chipping away at Emerald Tick 3988, reducing the gap by a bit more than 3 seconds. Amundsen is closing in on Scott Dixon, narrowing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Emerald Tick 3988 is really pushing hard, closing in on Anarchy 6 by a second. Amundsen is hot on Scott Dixon's tail, closing the gap by just over a second. Cap Holster is climbing up the field, moving 2 spots to sit in the 16th position. G-Maxi is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 17. Hingle McCringleberry is doing the same, now in 18. Waffling Otters is closing the gap on Zero Tame Alive, inching closer by a second and a third. Everlasting Apex and Wild Kevanone are nose to nose for 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 17. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a move to 19th. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on G Maxiate, now just over 5 seconds behind. Everlasting Apex has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Vodka Moaning is closing in on Wild Cavanoni, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Kagagirl is driving a 1966 Ford Anglia Super 123E. She's currently in the 28th place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Louis looks like she's struggling to keep up with the pack. Hingle McCringleberry is chipping away at Icar 77's lead, closing in by almost 4 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a move on G Maxiate, narrowing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Amy is climbing up to 24th place, leaving someone behind. Hingle Kringleberry is catching Icar 77 fast enough to make it a game. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on G Maxiate with some serious speed. Amy is inching closer to Gina Jones, but still a bit of a stretch. Elias X98 is right behind Emerald Tick 398 now, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Aminsan is gaining on Scott Dixon, narrowing it down by 1.8 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is creeping closer to G Maxiate, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Elias X98 is gaining on Emerald Tick 398, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Vodka Morning is inching closer to Wild Cavanolin, with a 1 second improvement. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move on Icar 77, shrinking the distance by nearly 4 seconds. Emerald Tick 398 is gaining on Anarchizix, closing the distance by over a second and a half. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Icar 77, making a move of almost 3 seconds. I am inching closer to Matthew Sourcerex, chipping away at the gap by 2.5 seconds. Aminsan is really closing in on Scott Dixon, now just a second behind. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing 2 spots to 15. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a move up 1 spot to 18th. Congratulations to Zero Time Alive for winning the race. Looks like they really sped past the competition. Well done! Wow! Zero Teamulid really pulled off an incredible feat today, winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. Talk about dominating the track. Big congratulations to them for that Triple Crown victory. That's what I call an unstoppable performance. And I see Alias X988 scored the bet race win. Congrats! They get to claim a vintage treat with the 1964 Austin Mini Cooper S Classic Choice. Hope they enjoy cruising around in that beauty. Keep those wins coming, everyone. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that since 2010, street cars and racing classes have become almost impossible to tell from the ones you see on the road? It's like cars have become these high-tech, turbocharged versions of their street counterparts, and sometimes even sneak in some fancy aerodynamic bits. Basically, they're street-legal cars on steroids, making it a real challenge to figure out which one's actually a race car and which one's just headed to the grocery store. It's almost like a line between street and race has blurred to the point of comedy. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your final picks now before it's too late. Don't want to miss out on the next big race, do we? Hurry up and lock in those choices. Alright, this is a pretty interesting matchup. The Lotus 311 is known for its raw agility and lightweight design, making it an absolute missile on twisty tracks like Road Atlanta. On the other hand, the McLaren 675 LT is a powerhouse with a bit more downforce and raw speed, especially in straights. If true or false can leverage the Lotus nimbleness and finesse the corners, they might give Makokawas a run for their money. But if Makokawas manages to keep the throttle pinned through the straight sections and use that power advantage, it's probably going to be tough to beat. I'd lean slightly towards the McLaren in this race thanks to its sheer speed, but the Lotus definitely has the potential to surprise us if it handles the corners well. So, buckle up, because this one's shaping up to be a close call. Alright folks, Neotexum is kicking things off from pole position in that shiny 2015 Ferrari F12 TDF. Looks like a sweet start. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Neotexum is leading the race, followed closely by Archeron 192 in second place. Ihave Exima is holding on to third place, but expect some action to shake things up soon. New for Life is climbing fast, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pace. IR is also on the move, making a similar jump to 17th. Archerona 92 and Neotexum are locked in a fierce duel for the lead, nose to tail. Archeron 192 is now in first place. Indigo Peta has climbed to 4th. Reikoharu G is in 10th. The race is heating up. Nahokaos and Druorfos are nose to tail for 6th place. Asuruini and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Dragul and Hingle McCringleberry are battling it out for 17th. Nahokaos just sneaked into 6th place. New for Life and Lotusos are nose to nose for 12th. Asuruini is inching up to 14th. Asuruini is on a roll, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ihave Eczema is dropping back, now in 15th after losing 10 positions. Navang is making a move, now in 16th after also passing 3 cars. Gina Jones is making a move, climbing to 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Detoxness is right behind her, also up 3 spots to 18. Crazy Sweetbutt is not holding back, jumping 3 places to 19. The pack is really shuffling now. Detoxness is climbing up to 17th place. Gary Seventon is inching closer to 27th place. Gasatura and Gary 17 are locked in a close fight for 27th. PCAR and Lotusos are nose to tail for 12th place. Gnavling is climbing up to 13. Detoxness is also making moves now in 16. Asuruini just moved up 1 spot to 10th place. PCAR and Lotusos are nose to nose for 12th. Gnavling is closing in on PCAR, shrinking the gap by a second. .1. PCAR is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 10 IT. Scott Dixon is inching closer to the top, now in 7th. Reko Haruji is also making moves, grabbing 8. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. PCRR is really closing in on Asuruini, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Shoto Todoroka 39 just climbed 1 spot to 20. Anaxagarax also moved up 1 spot to 21. Indigo Payday just nudged into 3rd place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is not giving up that spot easily. PCAR is climbing into the top 10 and is now in 9th place. Pace AR and Reko Haruji are locked in a close fight for 8th. Druorfals is inching closer to Anonymous Ninity 3, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. PCAR and Reko Haruji are locked in a fierce duel for 8th place. Vanona 1857 is catching up to Asuruini, narrowing the distance by a full second. Pace CAR is climbing fast into 7th place. New for Life is making a move into 16th. Looks like some strategic gains out there. PCRR and Machikawas are swapping positions in the 6th place battle. Noverlife is chipping away at Detoxins' lead, now just 1.4 seconds behind. Wow, Archeron 192 just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Archeron 192 really stole the show. Congratulations on winning the race. You drove like a true champion. Looks like all those hours of code pushing paid off. Alright, fun fact about the 1963 TVR Griffith 200 is that it was one of the earliest attempts by Tfair to create a lightweight, high-performance sports car. It was built mainly for racing and had a pretty impressive reputation on the track, despite its small size. Essentially, it was a bit of a trailblazer for what Vetiver would become famous for. A car that's all about raw power and minimal weight. So, in a way, it's like the little engine that could, but with a British twist. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your final picks before we jump into the race. Don't miss out on the chance to see which car will dominate the track today. Alright, this is quite the classic battle we've got here. Hingle McCringleberry in that iconic Lamborghini Miura P. 400 Sphere is definitely bringing the exotic flair to the race. That car is known for its sleek design and impressive speed for its time. On the other hand, New for Life's Ford Fairlane, while a cool vintage, is probably more about style than straight-line speed, especially in a race like this. If I had to put my chips down, I'd say Hingle's Lamborghini has the edge. It's built for performance, and looks like it's ready to take the lead on Ail's reverse. But hey, never underestimate the charm of a classic muscle car like the Fairlane. It might surprise us with some unexpected moves. So, I'm putting my money on Hingle to come out in front. But I'm definitely going to stay tuned for some dramatic turns. Alright folks, we're kicking off at Ailey's reverse with Hingle McCringleberry snagging pole position behind the wheel of a 1966 Lamborghini Miura P 400 SV. Buckle up. This classic supercar is about to show these AI racers what real style and power look like. Inga McCringleberry is leading the race, followed closely by Amundsen in second place. Move for Life is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Le Rocher and Cristal 33 are nose to tail for 5th place. Pippi Langstrom just climbed 2 spots to 7th. Amy is closing in on the top 3. VD39 has just moved up 1 spot to take the 10th place. Gina Jones and VD39 are now nose-to-nose fighting for that 10th position. Maya is driving a 1966 Lamborghini Miura P. 405th, a classic beauty known for its sleek design and speed. Currently in 12th place, she's trying to make moves but hasn't quite found her rhythm yet. Le Rocher is climbing up to 5th place. Pippi Langstrom is right behind in 6th. Looks like they're both on the move. V39 is now in 9th place, climbing 1 spot. Maya has moved up 2 spots into 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Scott Dixon is driving a 1962 Aston Martin DB 4G Zagato Dawant. He's currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Mr. Wolf J is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Chevelle SS. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Pippi Langstrom just overtook Le Rocher and is now in 5th place. They are nose to tail in a close fight for that position. Le Rocher is moved up to 5th place. Pippi Langstrom and Le Rocher are nose to tail for 5th. Cristal 33 is chipping away at Pippi Langstrom's lead, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Cristal 33 is driving a 1962 Aston Martin DB 4GT Zagato. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not quite making moves yet. Amy is driving a vintage Lamborghini Miura 400 SV and is currently in 4th place. She's been consistent but not quite catching the leaders yet. Day39 is driving a 1966 Ford Fairlane and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is 1:35.65, so they're holding a decent pace but still have room to improve. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Maya is closing in on VD39 faster, reducing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1966 Lamborghini Miura P400 SV. Their race looks a bit shaky with the slowest lap of 1 minute, 36 seconds and 454 milliseconds. Larouche is driving a 1966 Ford Fairlane. She's currently in 7th place and her fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like she's struggling to keep up. Amy is in 7th place with a Lamborghini Miura P400 SV. Her fastest lap is a 1:35.208. She's holding steady but not gaining much ground on the leaders. Amy is currently in 4th place driving a 1966 Lamborghini Miura. She's gained a few spots and is running a decent lap time, but she's still got some ground to make up on the leaders. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry, you did it! Congratulations on taking home the win. You've really outpaced everyone today. Well done! Now, as for the cars up for grabs, Amundsen, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim the vintage Lamborghini Miura P400 SV. Nice work on the speed! Pippi Langström, you're the overtaken champion, so that vintage Lamborghini is yours too. Quite the impressive haul for today's race. Who knew racing AI cars could be so rewarding? Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost done. Don't miss out on the chance to see which of these AI racers will come out on top. Get those selections in before it's too late. Hey Naiba, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you've been doing awesome. Get ready because this race is about to get intense. Oh, this is a classic clash of the ages and the machines, isn't it? The Ferrari F430 GTC is a beast with its sleek design and racing pedigree, probably zipping around Donington like it's on a mission. Meanwhile, the Morganero 8 GT2 has that vintage charm and a more relaxed charm, but don't underestimate its agility. Given the specs and the history of these cars, I'd say the Ferrari has the edge in speed and cornering. The Morgan might put up a good fight with its unique handling, but I think New for Life with the Ferrari will take the win. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. So, stay tuned and let's see if the classic charm can outpace the pure racing machine today. Alright folks, Hingle McCringleberry is on pole in the GTS class, driving a 23 Subaru Impreza GT 300 here at Donington Park National. Buckle up, this is gonna be interesting. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. Naiba is holding strong in second place, while Gina Jones is hanging on in third. Looks like a good start for the top three. New for Life just overtook someone to climb into fourth place. Hippie Langstrom and Move for Life are nose to nose for that fourth spot. Maya is making a move and is now in sixth place. Move for Life is driving a Ferrari F430 GTC. Looks like they're holding steady in fifth place. Not making any dramatic moves, but staying in the mix. New for Life and Gina Jones are nose to tail for third place. Blanky Frankie has just overtaken someone to climb to 14. Mafia Mavi is also making moves, now in 16. Mafia Mavi and H2 Hova are battling closely for 15. Naiba is really closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry, now just a second behind. They are in a tight battle for the lead. Mafia Mavi has gained one spot and is now in 16th place. Maya is currently in 7th place with a Ferrari F360 GTC. Looks like she's holding her ground but not making any big moves yet. The track's tight turns seem to favor the more agile cars like the Subaru and Jaguar, giving them an edge over the Mustangs and Camaros, which might struggle with cornering. Five N0 Guy is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro, currently in the last place among the Trans Am Group tie. Looks like they're struggling to keep up and might be just trying to finish without causing a scene. Bacon's car is a 2021 Ford Mustang, running in the Trans Am class. They're currently in 11th place, just behind the leaders but close enough to make a move. Looks like a steady race with potential for some overtakes. Bacon is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. They're currently in 11th place and just a tiny bit behind the leaders in their class. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a bit more speed to catch up. Amy is in 6th place driving a 2002 Morgan Aero 8G2. She's a bit behind the leader but keeping close with a fastest lap of 1:10.879. Looks like she's holding her own in the mid-pack. New for Life is holding on to 4th, but is a bit behind the top 3. Amy is in 8th, so she's got some ground to make up. Looks like New for Life might have the edge if they keep it steady. Gina Jones is driving a Jaguar XKR GT3, currently in 3rd place. Her fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so she's holding her own. Looks like she's staying competitive in the top 3. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 2002 Morgan Aero 8G22. They're currently in 5th place and have the fastest lap among the GTS cars, so they're pushing hard. Guy is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. They're currently in the last place among the Trans Am class drivers, but are only a few seconds behind the leader in their class. Looks like a steady race with room to catch up. Frankie is in a 2021 Ford Mustang, currently in the middle of the Trans Am pack. Their lap time is pretty quick at 1:12.959, so they're holding their own. is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class. They're currently in the 12th place, just ahead of the pack but not quite challenging the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Well, look at that. Naibe just took the victory. Guess they really knew how to leave everyone in the dust. Well done. Wow. Naibe really pulled off the Triple Crown. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. That's some serious driving skills. Congrats to Naibe, you've earned yourself the 1995 Marcos LM600 GT 22. And let's not forget, new for life, crushed the bet race, and can claim the slick 2007 Ferrari F430 GTC. Nice job. It's like a car giveaway here today, folks. Everyone's got a shot at claiming something incredible. Stay tuned because this race is just heating up. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking, so if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on the action. Make your choice before the timer runs out and see how your pick stacks up in the race. Ooh, this is a fun matchup. The 1968 Ford P68 is a classic, but it's known for a bit of handling quirks, especially on tight circuits like Apricot Hill Short Reverse. On the other hand, the Porsche 908 LE Coupe is a racing beast with a reputation for agility and a sleek design. Given the track and the car's characteristics, I'd put my money on Scott Dixon in the Porsche. It's got that extra finesse and cornering prowess that could give him the edge here. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Expect some surprises. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Apricot Hill short reverse. Leading the pack is Pippi Langstrumpf in a 1968 Ford P68. The top spot in the prototype's 1960 class. Let's see if she can hold her position or if the competition will catch up. Pippi Langstrumpf is leading the race right now. Gina Jones is holding second place and Scott Dixon is in third. Looks like a pretty tight start so far. Gina Jones is holding a slim lead over Pippi Langstrumpf in the fight for first place. New for Life and Scott Dixon are nose-to-nose for third position. Hingle McCringleberry and the Betty White Show are locked in a close duel for fifth. Wrestling 567 just overtook Dongerzon 3 to take 7th place. Dongerzon 3 is fighting hard to regain it. Plebis 3 is climbing up to 10th place, closing the gap. No for Life and Scott Dixon are neck and neck for third place. Wrestling 567 and Hingle McCringleberry are trading positions for 6th. Girl of Diamond and Cap Holster are locked in a close fight for 11. Wrestling 567 is climbing up to 6th place. Maya is making her way to 9th. Girl of Diamond is pushing into 11th. The race is heating up. Akvaiti just nudged ahead of Buckybird for 28th place. They're locked in a close fight now. Lebis 3 and Maya are nose to tail for 9th place. Sunboard Boy is climbing up to 19th. Broxworth and Sunboard Boy are fighting for the same spot, 19th. Girl of Diamond and Plebis 3 are nose to tail for 10th place. Francourty and Tap Holster are swapping positions for 12th. Broxworth and Sunboard Boy are locked in a close fight for 19th. Girl of Diamond climbs to 10th place. Francourty advances to 12th. Cap Holster and Francourty are nose to nose for 12th. Girl of Diamond and Maya are nose to tail for 9th place. Cap Holster just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Francourty and Cap Holster are locked in a close fight for 12th. Scott Dixon and Wa for Life are nose to tail fighting for 3rd place. Maya is climbing up to 8th, so watch out for some late race surprises. Normal one. Scott Dixon just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. New for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for that 3rd spot. Francourty is climbing up to 11. Akvaiti is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird. They're currently in the 27th place, just behind some Darts and Firebirds. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Woo for Life is closing in on Scott Dixon for 3rd place. Francourty is climbing up to 10th. The fight for 3rd is heating up. Plebis 3 and Cap Holster are nose to tail for 12th place. Justin Gilks just gained 1 spot and is now 15. Broxworth and Sunboard Boy are locked in a close fight for 19th. Plebis 3 just sneaked into 12th place. Cap Holster and Plebis 3 are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for that 12th spot. Girl of Diamond just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Mr. Wolf J and Aerotech are nose to tail for 17th. Looks like that fight could go either way. Dongthanigdang Disting E. And I'm at Sona. Austin and Dudes in Debut. Franquity and Girl of Diamond are locked in a fierce duel for 10th place. Some board boy is climbing up to 18th, making moves through the pack. Franquity is climbing to 10th place. Girl of Diamond and Franquity are nose to nose for that same spot. Some board boy is inching up to 17th. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just took the top spot. Looks like all that playful chaos paid off. Well done. Whoa! Pippi Langstrom has just taken the checkered flag. Congrats to them on an impressive win. Looks like they really drove like they stole it. And hats off to Naru for Life for setting the fastest lap. You earn yourself a 1965 Lola T 70 Mark 1. That's quite the vintage prize for some speedy laps. Gina Jones, you came out on top in the bet race, so you get to claim a 1968 Ford P68. Nice work, you've earned yourself a sweet ride from the 60s. Stay tuned, folks. We've got more racing to watch and more fun to have. Did you know that the 1981 Ozella PA9 was actually built by a small Italian team primarily for rally racing? Despite its tiny size and limited resources, it managed to show some serious determination on the track. It's like the underdog story of vintage racing cars, small but fierce. Wow, this is quite the nostalgic showdown. Both cars are from that legendary era of racing. But I have to say, the Porsche 936 has a bit more of a reputation on modern tracks, even if it's from 1977. The Renault Alpine is a classic and might surprise us with its agility. But the Porsche's engineering and handling advantages in high-speed corners, like Silverstone, give it a pretty solid edge. Honestly, I'd put my chips on Amy with the Porsche taking the victory, but don't count out Plebis 3 and that Alpine showing some vintage flair. It's going to be one interesting race to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Silverstone with Gina Jones leading the pack in her vintage 1977 Porsche 936 Toupe. She's sitting pretty on pole position, so let's see if she can hold it, or if the newer rivals will take her down. Gina Jones is leading the race, holding the front spot. Scott Dixon is right behind her in second place. Yadi Ann Byrne is in third, trying to catch up. The pack is still close, so expect some early action. Debus 3 just overtook Hingle McCringleberry, and now sits in fourth place. Hingle McCringleberry is fighting hard to regain that position. New for Life is climbing up to sixth place, closing the gap. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to fourth place. Plebis 3 and Hingle are nose to nose for that spot. Amy is making her way up to eighth place. Frankenbuds and Theon Clay Show are neck and neck for the 18th spot. Madisbury just gained one position to sit in 20th. Big Boy Betts and Madisbury are fighting it out for 20th place. The Biz 3 is now in fourth place, closing the gap. Amy has climbed to seventh, still chasing. Maya is in 10th, but at least moving forward. New for Life just overtook someone to climb into fifth place. Amy is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry by a second. Looks like a tight fight for sixth place brewing between Amy and Hingle McCringleberry. Maya and Spikeballs are nose to tail for ninth place. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on the top 8. Amy just overtook someone to move into sixth. Pippi Langstrump is climbing to seventh place. I see Maya is making her way to ninth. Rundon 69 is closing the gap on Spikeballs, just 1.2 seconds behind now. S7 Games is driving a 1973 Ford Escort Mark on Isaac Speed. They are currently in the 15th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama so far. Big Boy Betts is driving a 1981 Nissan Bluebird Silhouette and currently in the 20th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Silverstone's fast corners and long straights are favoring the top contenders with high-speed stability. The tight sections are shaking up the midfield. Debus 3 just overtook J.T. Anburn for third place. They're nose to tail in this fight for third. Pippi Langstrump just overtook someone to take the sixth place. Amy and Pippi Langstrump are nose to nose for that sixth spot. Hingle McCringleberry and I are neck and neck for eighth place. Amy has just overtaken one car to sit comfortably in sixth. Queen Manda is climbing to 13th place. Theon Cligeot is catching Keith the Flex, closing the gap by 1 second. Pippi Langstrump and Amy are nose to tail for 6th place. James Smith just gained one spot and is now in 21st. Maya is currently in 7th place trying to keep up. S. Davin Games is gaining on Illicitone 1095, now just 1 second behind. The battle for 5th is heating up with Amy and New for Life locked in a fierce duel. Lebes 3 and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for second place. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 7. Maya and Amy are battling hard for 6th. Lebes 3 is now in 2nd place. Pippi Langström is climbing to 8. Queen Mana is narrowing the distance to Anonymous Unity 3, closing it by just over a second. The Group 6 cars are clearly faster, with the top 3 all in that class and leading the race. The track favors their power and handling, making it tough for the Group 5 cars to catch up. K-Steflex is just ahead of Slipslide Gaming. Looks like a close fight for the 16th spot. Diane Koyusho and Natasberry are also nose-to-nose for the 18th position. Gina Jones is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like she's in control for now. Wow, Gina Jones just took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Gina Jones really stole the show today. Congratulations on winning the race and grabbing the fastest lap. That 1977 Porsche 936 is definitely a sweet ride to claim. And Pippi Langström, you're not far behind with the most overtakes. Well done. That Renault Alpine, a 442B, is a fantastic prize. Looks like we've got some serious contenders in the car claiming department. Who's next to make a move? Sure thing. Did you know that the Snetterton 300 track is famous for its long straight called Rich's Corner, where cars can reach some serious speeds? It's like the track's own version of a drag strip, but with curves thrown in to keep things interesting. It's a perfect place to see cars really stretch their legs and make some dramatic overtakes. Well, with New for Life having that impressive 1933 races under their belt and a solid 121 wins, it's hard to bet against them even if their rank is 6. Experience counts for a lot, especially on a track like Snetterton 300. 2 Gonnet DTV might be the dark horse here, but without much info, I'd say the odds are in New for Life's favor to take this one. Let's see if Tug can surprise us or if the season pro lives up to the hype. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Snetterton 300, and leading the pack is Senior Flip Flopone 100 in 2020, in a 2014 Delara. IL 15, sitting pretty in the pole position. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead, or if chaos is about to erupt. Senior Flip Flopone 2020 is leading the race. Hingle McCringleberry is in second place, and Willow Shrub is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Hingle, McCringleberry, and Senior Flip Flopone 100 and 2020 are neck and neck for first place. Treehop and Willow Shrub are also locked in a close fight for third. Cloud Surfer 69 just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Tugonet DTV is climbing fast into the top 10. Evolution and 54 is making a move through the pack. Nonstop is also pushing forward, closing in on the middle of the field. Nonstop is climbing up to 14th place. Kyosify is catching up to Pippi Langstrump, closing the gap by a second. Buchitzero is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 14. Senior Flip Flopone 100 in 2020 is losing ground, dropping 14 spots to 15. Willow Shrub is holding the lead, moving up 1 to take first place. Ogswolfie is climbing fast, now in 17th place. Hingo McCringleberry is right behind, also making moves to reach the top 20. Gina Jones is gaining ground, now in second place, closing in on the leader. Lacroix 1980 just overtook someone to claim third place. Scott Dixon is right behind, also moving up. Looks like these two are about to turn this into a mini showdown for third. Scott Dixon has climbed to third place. Aerotech is now in fifth. Aerotech and La Croissant 1980 are nose-to-tail fighting for fourth. Pippi Langstrump is starting from the back of the grid and currently in 15th place. Looks like they're trying to make some moves but still have a lot of ground to cover. Gina Jones just took the lead, climbing 1 spot to sit at the front. Senior Flip Flopone 100 in 2020 is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, chipping away at the gap by almost 2 seconds. Kyosify is making a move, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ogswolfie is right behind, also gaining 3 spots to 13. Senior Flip Flopone 100 in 2020 is on a roll, passing 4 cars to reach 14. Pippi Langstrump is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 13. La Croissant 1980 is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by almost 2.5 seconds. Evolution 954 just moved up 1 spot to 6th. Buchitzero is on the move, climbing up to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Radicero Activia Vixen is having a tough time, dropping back 6 spots to 11. Senior Flip Flopone 2020 is gaining ground, moving up 4 places to 12. Senior Flip Flopone 100 in 2020 is closing the gap on Radizero Activixen with a 9.5-second reduction. Hingo McCringleberry is climbing up to the 13th spot. Amy and Trihartriad are locked in a fierce fight for 20th place. Evolution 954 and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. The Grand Enchanter is climbing to 7. Kyosify is also on the move, now in 8th. Tugonit DTV is climbing into the top 5 now. The Grand Enchanter is also making a move into the top 6. Mestek is advancing but still hanging around the middle of the pack. Kyosify is climbing to 7th place. Oakswell Fee is now 8th. Raditero Activa Vixen is sneaking into 9th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Evolution 954 is closing in on Senior Flip Flopone 100 in 2020 with a big push. Nouveau Life is climbing 1 spot to 14. PB Langstrom is also moving up 1 spot to 15. Evolution 954 is in the 12th position with a fastest lap of 1 minute 41.78. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Wow, Gina Jones just took the win at Snetterton 300. Clearly, she's got the magic touch. Well done. Wow, Gina Jones really outdid herself. What a fantastic race. She totally earned that victory. Let's give her a big round of applause for that impressive win. Sure thing. Did you know that the Auto 24 ring is known for its long straightaways, which make the cars reach some pretty impressive speeds? It's like the track was designed for adrenaline junkies who love pushing the cars to their limits. Perfect for some high-flying racing action. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make those final choices now or forever hold your peace. We're about to see these cars hit the track, and I promise, it's going to be a wild ride. Get your picks in before it's too late. Alright, we've got Exhaust 21 in a Caterham CT05 and Story Forge in a Marussia MR03. Both of these are pretty old, but the Caterham has a reputation for being light and agile, which might give it an edge around a track like Auto 24 Ring. The Marussia, on the other hand, tends to be a bit more stable but might struggle with the agility part. I'd put my chips on Exhaust 21 to have a slight advantage here, given the Caterham's nimbleness. But hey, with AI at the wheel, anything can happen. Maybe the Marussia will surprise us with some hidden speed. So, I'll root for Exhaust 21, but I'm definitely keeping my eyes peeled for a potential upset. Alright folks, Deluxe Combo is kicking things off from pole position in that shiny 2014 Force India VJM07. Looks like a promising start. Let's see if they can hold off the pack. Ablaza has shot off the line to take the lead. Deluxe Combo is close behind in second place. Pippi Langstrup is holding on to third, but expect some early action to shake things up. Gravigraves is climbing fast into second place. Tales of Strilly is also making moves up to fourth. Tales of Strilly and Deluxe Combo are nose-to-tail fighting for third. Gravigraves and Ablaze are nose-to-tail for the lead. Hikoriamzam and Tales of Strilly are fighting hard for fourth place. Exhaust 21 and Pippi Langstrup are locked in a close duel for 7th. Maya is climbing up to 12th place now. Kekreshk has moved up to 16th place. They are neck and neck for 15th place. Maya is now in 12th place, climbing 1 spot. Boofing in 18 is right behind in 13th, also moving up 1 spot. New for Life is in 19th place, making a small gain of 1 spot. Tales of Strilly and Deluxe Combo are nose-to-tail for 3rd place. Amy is climbing 2 spots to 14. Kekreshk is inching up 1 spot to 16. Oscar Wolf is climbing to 14th place. Kekreshk is now in 15th place. Gina Jones has moved up to 16th place. Goofina 19 is inching closer to me, closing the gap by over a second. Ixnobadixel and Mergutsu are locked in a fierce fight for 21st place. Tales of Strilly is climbing up to 3rd place. Deluxe Combo and Tales of Strilly are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Just Panchakis is making a move to 5th. Deluxe Combo is now in 3rd place. Jaspantakis has climbed to 4th. Pippi Langstrup is in 5th. The race is heating up. Ixnobadixel is on a roll, climbing up to the 19th place. Tales of Strilly is losing ground, dropping down to 21st. Story Forge is making progress, now in 7th. Boofin in 18 is driving a Ferrari F14T, and is currently in 12th place. Their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Ponnen and Story Forge are nose to tail for 7th place. Boofing in Teen is climbing 2 spots to 9. Gekrich is inching up 1 spot to 11th. Gravy Graves is holding a solid 2nd place and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's pushing hard to challenge for the win. Keish is climbing up to 10th place. Anonymity 3 and Keekridge D are nose to nose for 10th. Scott Dixon is inching into the top 20. Maya is closing in on Anonymity 3. Looks like a move is imminent. No for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to tail. No room for error there. Gravy Graves and Ablaze are nose to tail for the lead. Kekrish just snuck into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Maya and Anonymous Ninity 3 are locked in a fierce scrap for 11th place. Kekrish and Pondon are nose to tail for 8th place. Gina Jones and I are locked in a close fight for 12th. Gravy Grave is holding on to the lead, but Ablaze is pushing hard to overtake. Mia and Anonymous Ninity 3 are nose to tail for 11th place. Gina Jones and Naya are locked in a close fight for 12th. Wow. Ablaze took the win. Looks like someone's been practicing their victory dance. Congrats on the win. Wow, Gravy Graves really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations on taking the top spot in this high-stakes AI race. Looks like they've got the skills to pay the bills. Here's a fun fact for you. The classic Indy cars from the racing era you're talking about were built to be incredibly durable and lightweight at the same time. They used a special kind of aluminum called monocoque, which made them both strong and surprisingly light. That meant these cars could zip around the track with amazing speed, but could also take a few knocks without falling apart. Plus, back in the day, these cars had some pretty wild paint jobs to catch the eye of the crowd. Who needs digital livery when you have bright colors and bold patterns? Well, this is quite the blast from the past, isn't it? Scott Dixon in the vintage Curtiss Craft 500B versus the 1960 Scarab Indy Giant. Both are such iconic cars. But if I had to pick, I'd lean towards the Curtiss Craft just because of its historical racing pedigree and raw power. The Scarab is no slouch, but the Curtiss has a reputation for being a bit more nimble and race-ready. Honestly, it's going to come down to which of these beauties can handle the high speeds and tight turns the best. I'm betting on the Curtiss Craft to take the win, that this is going to be one fun race to watch. Alright everyone, buckle up because it's the start of the race at the high-speed ring, and Maya's on pole in a vintage 1963 Agachanian Watson. And I have to say, nothing beats the classic look of that car as it takes the lead. Let's see if it can hold on to that first spot. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Vin Has17 in second place, and Gina Jones holding the third spot. Aisley just overtook someone to take third place. Scott Dixon is right behind, also moving up. Looks like those two are about to turn this into a real battle for third. Aisley and Vin Has17 are neck and neck for second place. Gina Jones is climbing up to fourth, closing the gap. Gina Jones and Aisley are now fighting for third. Gina Jones is climbing up to second place. Someone is gaining one spot to sit in fifth. Aisley and someone are locked in a close fight for fourth. Amy is climbing up to seventh place. Amy and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for sixth. Imogen Tempus is cutting down the distance to Cobracle by a full second. Noah Live just overtook someone and is now in 14th place. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 16. Ingle McCringleberry and Husky Hog are nose to nose for 15. Gina Jones and I are neck and neck for first place. Aisley and Vin Has17 are locked in a close fight for third. Meanwhile, Amy is climbing up 2 spots to take fifth. Gina Jones just took the lead, moving up to first place. Aisley is now in third, closing in. Looks like Amy and another racer are locked in a tight battle for fifth place. Someone just moved up 1 spot to take fifth place. Amy and another racer are locked in a close fight for fifth. Lux Ravenos and our host are neck and neck for seventh. The gap is shrinking fast between the driver behind and Vin Has17. Looks like a tight battle for fourth place shaping up. Scott Dixon just made a move, climbing into 8th place. Maya is closing in on Gina Jones, and the gap is shrinking fast. They're still battling for the lead. Our host just overtook someone to climb into 6th place. Aisley is really closing the gap on Maya, now just over a second behind. They're battling hard for second place. Someone just overtook another driver to climb into fourth place. Then 17 and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing 2 spots to 10th. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining 1 spot to 14th. Hingle McCringleberry and Bass Kitten TV are locked in a close fight for 13th. Moo for Life is charging through the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Vina 17 and another driver are locked in a fierce duel for 4th place. Scott Dixon has gained 1 position and is now in 7th. And Sarks is on the move, climbing 3 spots to reach the 17th place. Lux Ravenous is gaining ground, moving up 1 position to 7th. The battle between Lux Ravenous and Amy for 6th place is heating up, with both races neck and neck. Someone in Edslayer nose to nose for 3rd place. Lux Ravenous and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Arlo Coast is climbing up 1 spot to 8th. Aisley and Maya are nose to tail for 2nd place. Lux Ravenous just gained 1 position to sit in 6th. Pippi Langstrumpf is chopping down the distance too. Scott Dixon by 1.5 seconds. Wow, Gina Jones just took the victory. Looks like someone's got the speed and the skills. Well done. Wow! Gina Jones really took the checkered flag with style. Huge congratulations on winning the race. And with the fastest lap under your belt, you've earned yourself a 1960s Scarab Indy. Classic cars, classic talent. Well done. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and quick reflexes, because Macalgia is all about tight corners and sharp turns. A car that handles like a dream through those hairpins will have the advantage. Speed is important, but being able to steer precisely and stick to the racing line will make the biggest difference here. So, I'd say responsive steering and excellent cornering grip are what you really want for this race. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time where you might end up with a clunker in last place. Get those selections in before we start the race and see which sleek machine takes the crown. Don't miss out. Oh, wow. This is a classic showdown. The Mazda RX-7 Turbo from 1989? That car is known for its lightweight agility and rotary engine magic. It's basically the classic underdog that can surprise you if it gets the right run. On the other hand, the Alfa Romeo SZ from the same year is a sleek, distinctive car with a unique design and a reputation for being a little quirky but fun. It probably has a lot of character but might lack the raw speed of the Mazda. Given the technical nuances of Macau Ghia, the tight corners and sharp turns favor a nimble car. I'd say Pippi's Mazda might have the edge in cornering and acceleration. But then again, the Alfa's distinctive handling could throw in a surprise. It's a close call, but I'd lean toward Pippi's Mazda getting the win if it handles the twisty course well. Let's see if the AI can defy the odds, or if we're in for a Mazda victory. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Macau Ghia with Bedazzler at the front in a classic 1990 Mercedes-Benz 560 EC smooth operator. But let's see if that old beauty can hold the lead. Bedazzler is leading the pack, Unstable is right behind in second, and Blaming Buddha is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Blaming Buddha and Unstable are nose to tail for second place. Oxwolfie and Blaming Buddha are also locked in a close fight for third. Scott Dixon and Oxwolfie are battling hard for fourth. Oxwolfie and Blaming Buddha are locked in a tight fight for third place. Dongertson 3 is climbing up one spot to take 8th place. Dongertson 3 and Bean Streams are battling it out for 7th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Dongertson 3 and Bean Streams are nose to nose for 7th. Okinabaka and Gina Jones are swapping positions in a close fight for 9th. Oxwolfie is climbing to 3rd place. Dongertson 3 is now 7th. Okinabaka has moved into 9th. Maya just nudged past Pippi Langstrom to take the 16th spot. They're nose to tail, so expect some fireworks soon. Oxwolfie is currently in 3rd place driving a 1993 Lancia Delta HF Integral. Looks like they're holding a solid position but not making any big moves yet. Timborghini Tuba is driving a 1989 Alfa Romeo Seat. They are currently in the 17th place, so their race seems to be a bit of a struggle so far. Gina Jones is driving a 1995 Honda Integra Type R, a car known for its agility and sharp handling. She's currently in 11th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like she's just cruising along for now. The tight Macau Ghia street circuit is definitely favoring those with precise handling and quick overtaking skills. Expect some dramatic moves in the narrow sections. Gina Jones is driving a 1995 Honda Integra Type R, a car known for its sharp handling and lightweight agility. She's currently in the 10th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Blaming Buddha and Amy are nose to tail for 4th place. Gina Jones and Okanabaka are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Gina Jones and Okanabaka are nose to nose for 9th place. Maya just gained a spot and is now 15th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Marty Freeze are locked in a close fight for 16th. Okinabaka and Beanstreams are nose to nose for 8th place. Dr. Monkey 13 and Scorched Log are still locked in a close fight for 11th. Timborghini Tube just gained 1 spot and is now 13th. Okinabaka advances to 8th place. Scorched Log climbs to 10th. Beanstreams and Scorched Log are nose to nose for 9th. Ogswall Fate is gaining on Badazara, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Dr. Monkey 13 has moved up 1 spot to 11th. Gina Jones and Dr. Monkey 13 are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Beanstreams is closing in on Okanabaka, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to 14. Hingle May Kringleberry and Maya are locked in a tight fight for the same position. Okinabaka is right behind Dongrits on 3 now. Scorched Log has climbed to 9th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is closing in on Beanstreams, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Marty Freeze is inching closer to Frank Whitty in that close fight for 17th place. Looks like they're really pushing each other. Who will blink first? Oakswell Fate is gaining on Badazara, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Scorched Log is climbing up to 8th place. Okinabaka and Scorched Log are nose to nose for 8th. Pippi is holding a slight edge over Dr. Monkey 13, but with only 1 lap left, it's anyone's game. Pippi's got the speed, but Dr. Monkey 13 might still have a trick up their sleeve. Scott Dixon is gaining on Blaming Buddha, closing the gap to just over a second. Naiba is making a move on Rome Spider, cutting the distance by nearly 3 seconds. Oakswell Fate is gaining on Badazara, closing the distance by almost 2 seconds. Naiba is doing the same on Rome Spider, inching closer with every lap. Wow! Oakswell Fee really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow! Oakswell Fee really pulled it off. Congratulations! You must have some secret gaming skills, or maybe just really good luck today. Either way, you earned that win. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The Zandvoort chicane demands quick steering responses and precise maneuvering. Power is important, but if your car can't handle those tight corners smoothly, you're going to lose a lot of time. So, a balance of good grip, responsive steering and nimbleness is what would make or break a car here. Alright everyone, the countdown is nearly over, so if you want to see your favorite car in this race, now's the time to shout it out. Don't miss your chance to influence the chaos. Let's see which car grabs the pole position and leaves the others in the dust. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1971 Mustang Mach-1 is a classic with all that muscle and aggressive styling, but the Falcon XB GT has that raw brute force look. Given the tight corners of Zandvoort chicane, I'd say the Mustang might have a slight edge with its more aerodynamic design for those sharp turns. But the Falcon's power could surprise us if it gets a good launch. Honestly, I'd put my money on the Mustang to slide into a higher position. But don't count out the Falcon just yet. This is going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Zandvoort chicane, and leading the pack is the Nouveau Life with a classic 1968 Mercedes-Benz 300S. Looks like a real beauty at the front. Let's see if she can hold on to that pole. Right at the start, Nouveau Life is leading the pack, followed closely by Vanone 1857 in second place. Waldo is sitting in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Celestia Linari is climbing up to third place. Waldo and Celestia Linari are nose to tail fighting for that spot. XOSS is inching forward to sixth place. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Celestial Inari is climbing steadily, now in 2nd place. Reinecke is also making moves, now in 4th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Celestial Inari is now in 1st place. Architect and Pippi Lindström are fighting hard for 8th. 40 Afro has climbed 2 spots to 10th. XOSS just climbed 1 spot to 6th. Naiba and XOSs are nose to nose for that same spot. Maya is making a move up to 11. XOSs is climbing up to 5th place. Pippi Langström is also moving up to 7th. Naiva and Pippi are nose to nose for 7th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Architect is making a strong move, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle McCringleberry has gained 1 spot, now in 10th place. Forty Afro and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail, fighting for 10th place. Architect and Waldo are neck and neck for 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry just gained 1 position to move into 9th. Necrophantasm is closing the gap on me by about 1.2 seconds, so I better watch my mirrors. Move for Life is closing in on Celestial Inari, the gap shrinking by 8.6 seconds. Scott Dixon is making a move, overtaking 4 cars to reach the 8th place. Ryaneki is climbing up to 3rd, inching closer to the leaders. Pippi Langström is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 6th place. Amundsen is making a move, overtaking 5 cars to reach 14th. Ryaneki is inching closer to the front, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry just overtook 2 cars to move into 4th. Waldo is now in 9th after a clean pass. Amy is closing in on the top 10. Waldo advances to 8th place. Necrophantasm climbs to 13. Anything else happening on the track? Mai is closing in on Amy and Fortiafro. They're all packed tightly together. Pippi Langström is climbing to 5th place. Waldo and XOSs are locked in a close fight for 7th. Necrophantasm is advancing to 13. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Architect, and is now just a second behind. Vanona 1857 is closing in on Waldo, and has cut the gap by over a second. Vanona 1857 and Waldo are battling it out for 8th place. Architect is climbing to 2nd place. Pippi Langström is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. XOSs is moving up to 6th place. Naiba is closing in on Move for Life, and has cut the gap by 1.1 seconds. Vanona 1857 has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Necrophantasm has gained 2 positions and is now 10th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Reinecke, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amy is climbing up the ranks, moving 1 spot to take the 11th place. Giwuna Miracles and I are locked in a tight battle for 16th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Reinecke, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. New for Life is making a move on Oasis, chipping away at the lead by over a second. Amy is climbing up the field, now in 9th place after overtaking 2 cars. Amy just nudged into 8th place. New for Life and Amy are nose to nose for 7th. 1957 is inching closer to the top 10, now in 9th. Wow, Celestia Linari just took the victory? Looks like someone was saving their best for the Zandvoort chicane. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Celestia Linari really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations on the win, you definitely earned it. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you won the bet race, so you get to claim a 1971 Ford Mustang Mach 1. Nice choice. That's a classic that's going to turn heads for sure. Here's a fun fact about the 1983 Toyota IE86 for you. This little legend gained fame from the manga and anime series Initial D, where it was portrayed as a master of mountain drifting. In reality, it was known for being lightweight, agile, and a great balance of power and handling, making it a favorite among car enthusiasts and drifters even decades later. Talk about a car that left a lasting impression. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance. Don't miss out on the fun or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Hurry up and make your selection before the countdown runs out. Oh wow, this is quite the blast from the past. The Alfa Romeo Spider QV from 1986 sounds like a classic, but let's be honest, it's not exactly built for speed or agility. The Honda City Turbo 2 from 1983, on the other hand, is a tiny turbocharged pocket rocket, definitely more suited to zipping around Adelaide Street. I'd put my money on Gina Jones and her little turbo beast. It's probably got the edge in a race like this, but hey, anything could happen with AI driving, right? Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Adelaide and Shotskis is starting on pole in a 1978 Saab 99 Turbo. Slow and steady wins the race. Or at least that's the plan. Meg's Boring Life is leading the race from the front. Shotskis is right behind in second place. Amy is holding on to the third spot, not giving up just yet. Shotskis is now in first place. Scott Dixon has climbed to third. Ruki Miriki is in fifth. The race is heating up with some smooth moves. Nonstop for Life is climbing to fifth place. Asayuroni and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 8th. Bobardo is advancing to 14th. Move for Life just overtook someone to take the 4th place. Amy and Move for Life are still nose to nose for that position. Gina Jones is climbing up to 12th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 4th place. No for Life and Amy are nose to tail for that same spot. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 6th, inching closer to the top. Isuroni is storming ahead now in first place. Shoebox TV is closing in fast, overtaking 11 cars to grab second. Shotskis and Shoebox TV are locked in a fierce duel for second place. Shotskis is now in first place. Meg's Boring Life has moved into second. Scott Dixon is climbing into third. The top 3 are really mixing it up. Maya is climbing up to 12th place now. Bobardo is right behind her in 13th place. Amy is in 3rd place with a 1983 Porsche 911. SC looks like she's holding steady, but not quite catching the leaders. Her race seems pretty calm so far. Maya is gaining on Unclearly Gaming, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Amy just moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Meg's Boring Life and Amy are nose to tail for 2nd place. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 5th. Looks like she's got a plan. Ruki Miriki is driving a 1987 BMW 325 IE30 Touring. They are currently in 6th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Assuroni is rapidly catching Bobardo, the gap shrinking fast. Amy is inching closer to Shotskis, not giving up. Vina 17 is creeping up on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the distance steadily. Ruki Miriki just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Looks like the battle between New for Life and Ruki Miriki for 6th is heating up. Scott Dixon is driving a 1978 Saab 99 Turbo. the same as Shotsky's up front. He's holding steady in 4th place, just behind the leader, but his fastest lap is a bit slower than the top guys. Looks like he's trying to stay in the mix without pushing too hard. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Shotsky's is feeling the heat from Amy, who's now just over a second behind. Ruki Miriki has climbed to 5th, making some moves. Gina Jones is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by a second and a bit. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Ruki Miriki just overtook Pippi Langstrom to take 4th. Amy is still leading, but only by a small margin. Shoebox TV is driving a 1979 Chevrolet Camaro Z 28 Touareg. Their race seems to be stuck in neutral with no recorded lap time, so it looks like they're not really in the race right now. Ruki Miriki is climbing up to 3rd place. New for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 6th. Bobardo is inching closer to Unclearly Gaming, closing the gap by a second and a third. Pippi Langstrom and Meg's Boring Life are nose to nose for 4th place. New for Life just gained a spot to sit in 6th. Scott Dixon and Woo for Life are battling hard for 6th, with Dixon trying to hold his ground. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 4th place. Gina Jones is narrowing the gap to Hingle McCringleberry by 1.4 seconds. Bobardo is catching up to Unclearly, closing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Ruki Miriki is gaining on Shotsky's, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is sneaking up behind Ruki Miriki, chopping off 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing 1 spot to take 7th place. The tight corners are favoring the older but nimble cars like the Porsche and Saab. The longest straights seem to be giving the BMW and Volkswagen a chance to catch up. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Amy, you really showed those cars who's boss. Congratulations on your win. You've earned yourself the retro Porsche 911 SC. So enjoy zooming around in style. And Gina Jones, congratulations on winning the bet race. You get the classic 1983 Honda City Turbo 2. That little car packs a punch. So I hope you're ready to take it for a spin. Great race, everyone. Can't wait to see who wins next. Sure thing. Did you know that LMP1 cars were basically the superhero of the racing world? They combined incredible speed with cutting-edge hybrid technology, making them some of the most advanced and powerful race cars on the planet. Imagine a car that can sprint like a jet and then recharge itself mid-race, all while looking like a spaceship on wheels. Pretty impressive, right? Oh, this is an interesting matchup. The Porsche 911 Hybrid is a legendary race car with a hybrid powertrain. But the BR Engineering BR1 is no slouch either, especially with that 2018 upgrade. The 2015 Porsche might have a slight edge in hybrid technology and aerodynamics, but the Brone is known for its raw power and aggressive handling. Honestly, I'd put my chips on the Porsche just because it's a bit more proven on this kind of short loop course. But don't count the Brone out. It's got a fierce attitude and could surprise us all. Let's see how these two dynamos duke it out. Alright, everyone. The race just kicked off at Mas Duclos short loop, and Fozzo is starting in pole position, driving a 2014 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro in the LMP1 class. Looks like he's got the early lead. Let's see if he can hold on to it or if the AI fans will spice things up. Fozzo has shot off the line to take the lead. Scott Dixon is holding strong in second place just behind. Laroche is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Amy and Pippi Langstrump are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Maya has gained 2 positions and is now in 8th. Ingelma Kringleberry and Maya are practically glued together for 8th place. Spikels is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 6th place. Gina Jones is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 3rd. Amy is also making progress, climbing 2 spots to 5th. H2 Hove is climbing up to 11th place. Helskank and Renog T4 are nose-to-nose for 13. Tamadaki, DTV and Big Boy Bets are locked in a close fight for 15th. Sikapal is on a roll, climbing up to 16. Lithocarp is losing ground, dropping 7 spots to 17. Scott Dixon is inching closer to the lead, now in 1st place. Pippi Langstrump and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Bobardo has climbed to 9. A2 Hova is now in 10th, both making moves. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. No for Life is holding on to 1st with a steady move forward. Gina Jones is climbing up to 2nd, keeping the pressure on. 8-2 Hove is closing in on Scott Dixon fast. Just 9.8 seconds behind now. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed one spot to 5th. Pippi Langstrom has also moved up one spot to 6th. Gina Jones is closing in on New for Life, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry just moved up one spot to take 4th place. Scott Dixon also gained one spot, now in 7th. Gina Jones is now in 1st place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 2nd. And I'm in 3rd, climbing 2 spots. The race is heating up. Spikel's is dropping back to 13th place. Scott Dixon is climbing to 5th. H22 Hove is also moving up to 6th. Renock T4 and Sikapal are neck and neck for 10th place. Linxia 21 is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by a full second. The tight Mas-du-Clos short loop is favoring the aggressive drivers with quick laps, but the long straights are letting the hybrid cars stretch their legs. H2 Hove is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Bobardo is catching up to H2 Hove, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Looks like a tight battle for 6th place between Bobardo and H2 Hove de Torres. Alright everyone, it seems like the AI had a bit of a rough time navigating that track, so we're calling it early. Don't worry though, we've still tallied up the points for this race. So, the standings are final, and the players' efforts have been noted. Thanks for sticking around, and let's get ready for the next challenge. Hopefully the AI will behave a little better then. Tangaducky TTV is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 14. Scott Dixon is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Flinchia 21 just moved up 1 spot to 11. Wow, Gina Jones, you did it! Congratulations on taking the top spot. That was some impressive racing. Way to go! And hey, Scott Dixon, you snagged the fastest lap. That's no small feat, so enjoy claiming that sleek 2014 Toyota TS040 Hybrid. It's almost as fast as your fastest lap. And look at that! I won the bet race, so I'll be claiming the 2018 BR Engineering BR1. I better start dreaming about my new car now. Thanks to everyone for racing and making this so much fun. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the Porsche 959 has the best shot at winning on the Brands Hatch GP circuit. It's a technological marvel for its time with advanced all-wheel drive and a turbocharged boxer engine, making it agile and fast on twisty tracks. The F40 is close behind with its pure Ferrari mid-engine speed, but the 959's combination of grip, power, and modern tech should give it the edge in a race like this. The other cars are definitely cool, but I think the 959 is the one to beat here. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking down super fast, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite vehicle in the race. Hey Wayne94. Glad you're back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI action. Buckle up and enjoy the ride. Oh, wow. This is a classic battle of vintage versus the iconic turbocharged superstar. Crandelif's Lotus SX Turbo Esprit is a lovely choice. Nice and light, but maybe a bit less horsepower compared to the GTO Gina Jones Ferrari 288 GTO. On the other hand, is pure Ferrari muscle with a reputation for speed and agility. Given the track's mix of turns and straights, I'd say Gina might have a slight edge thanks to that turbocharged V8. But hey, Crandy could surprise us with some clever driving and maybe a bit of vintage charm. It's definitely going to be a close call, but I'd put my money on Gina's Ferrari coming home just a nose ahead. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Brands Hatch GP with those wild 1980 street cars. Amy's lining up on pole in the iconic 1987 Rough CTR Yellowbird Deck. Buckle up, this is gonna be a fun one. The race kicks off with Amy taking an early lead, Wayne94 holding strong in second, and Hingle McCringleberry rounding out the top three. Looks like a tight start already. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is climbing fast, passing 4 cars to reach 13th. Gila Julieta is making a move, climbing 1 spot to 4. Mara Pinkwolf is storming through the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Blaine Chicot 21 is climbing steadily, now in 5th place after moving up 1 spot. Pippi Langstrom is also on the rise, now in 6th place after gaining 2 positions. Wayne24 is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Blaine Chicot 21 has climbed to 4th place. Pippi Langstrom is now 5th, making some moves. Blaine Chicot 21 is really stalking Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by over a second and a half. Lockjaw 7 and Yama Priest are nose to nose for 8th place. No room for error there. Exception just sneaked up 1 spot to 13th. Maybe they're aiming for a top 10. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Maya is advancing to 6th. Gina Jones is moving up to 9th. Gina Jones and Yama Priest are locked in a close fight for 8th. Bling Check 1 is closing in on Amy pretty quickly now. Gina Jones has climbed up to 8th place. Lockjaw 7 has also moved up to 9th. Nadisberry is climbing up to 9th place. Yama Priest and Lockjaw 7 are nose to nose for 10th. Mar Pinkwolf just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Exception and I'm a Priest are still nose to nose for 12th. Husky Hulk and Scott Dixon are swapping positions in the fight for 15th. Kilo Juliet Delta and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 7th place. Now Pink Wolf is closing in on the top 10, just one spot behind. Lockjaw 7 is driving an Audi Sport Quattro from 1984. They're currently in 12th place, so they're holding steady, but not making much noise up front. Scott Dixon is climbing to 14th place. Husky Hog and New for Life are nose to nose for 15th. Wayne Trinity 4 is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Mira Pink Wolf is gaining on Kilo Julietto, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. They're battling hard for 9th place. Husky Hog and New for Life are also nose to tail for 15th, keeping the fight alive. Maya is gaining on Pippi Langstrom, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Now Pink Wolf has moved up one spot to 9th place. Lockjaw 7 is narrowing the distance to Kilo Juliet Delta by 1.1 seconds. Wayne Trinity 4 is comfortably leading and setting the pace with the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control for now. The vintage cars are close in performance, but the track's tight corners at Brands Hatch GP are favoring experienced drivers. The Yellowbirds are hanging around, but the Ferrari and Lamborghini are struggling to keep pace. Gina Jones is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by 1.40 seconds. Looks like she's got her eyes on the prize. New for Life is climbing up to 14th place, making some moves. Flinchicott 21 is driving a Lamborghini Countach LP5 1000 QV, a classic supercar known for its sharp angles and iconic design. They're currently in 5th place, just behind the Yellowbird drivers, and their fastest lap is close to the leaders, so the race looks pretty competitive for them. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 4th place. Maya and Flinchicott 21 are nose to tail for 5th. Scott Dixon and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 14th. Maya and Flinchicott 21 are nose to tail for 5th place. Husky Hog just gained a spot to 15. Grande Live and Scott Dixon are swapping positions for 16th. Wow, Wayne Trinity 4, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow, Wayne Train 984 really zoomed to victory. Huge congratulations to them for taking the top spot in this race. And they also nailed the fastest lap. Talk about riding the lightning. As for claiming a car, Wayne Train 94, you've earned yourself that sleek 1984 Ferrari 288 Gito Evoluzione. Gina Jones, congratulations on winning the bet race. You've secured a classic 1984 Ferrari 288 GTO. Looks like everyone's walking away a winner today, at least in the car department. Here's a fun fact for you. Starting from 2010, supercars in racing brought some serious tech from their road versions to the track. But did you know that they often tweak the aerodynamics so much that they're practically flying low, just to stay glued to the asphalt? It's like they're trying to remind us that even supercars need a little lift sometimes, just not the kind you'd want on a Sunday drive. Alright everyone, time is running out, so make your final picks now before they all vanish into the digital abyss. Don't say I didn't warn you if your favorite car gets snatched up by some sneaky eye. Wow, what an interesting matchup. The Ferrari Monza SP1 is all about that sleek, lightweight design and sharp handling, making it a real agility expert. The Lamborghini Centenario, on the other hand, is known for its raw power and top speed. TPKA is probably banking on brute force to take the win. Banochbre Reverse is a tricky circuit with lots of tight corners and unpredictable twists, so I'd say the Ferrari's agility could give it a slight edge here. But never count out the Centenario's outright speed when it gets the chance to stretch its legs. Based on all that, I'd say the Ferrari might just edge out in this race. But it's definitely going to be close. Who are you rooting for? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Bannockbury versus Nagutsu is starting on pole in a 2013 Caterham R500. A pretty sneaky choice for a supercar. Let's see if the agility can make up for the lack of horsepower. Nagutsu has taken an early lead with Amy right behind in second place. Wayne Train 984 is holding on to third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Maya is holding steady in third place. Wayne Train 984 just overtook Amy for the lead. Ovidus is closing in on the top three, gaining 2 spots. Ixajax and Fivinsarogai are nose to tail for 7th place. Our Pink Wolf just gained 2 spots, and is now in 16th. Max Spearley and their Pink Wolf are also battling for 16th. Jackson the Box is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 10. Katsuma Girl and Ihavik Sema are locked in a close fight for 13. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing 2 spots to 20. Ivensurugai is just ahead of Willow Shrub by a car length. Hamit Media and Katsuma Girl are wheel to wheel for the 14th spot. Lord Secrespi and Dr. Monkey 13 are trading paint for the 24th position. Wayne Trinity 4 is now in 1st place. Mergutsu has moved up to 2nd. 5 and Sirogai and Willow Shrub are neck and neck for 6th place. Ovidus is climbing up to 3rd place. KP Langstrom is now in 4th. Ivensurugai is making a move up to 5th place, gaining 2 spots. Willow Shrub and 5 Inzarogai are nose to nose for 5th place. Ixajax and Willow Shrub are also fighting for 6th, just a hair apart. Equinoxta was gaining on Famaka, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Ixajax just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Defitsets and Amar Pink Wolf are nose to nose for 15th. Dr. Monkey 13 is chipping away at Wild Kavanona's lead, closing the gap by a 2nd and a half. Ivensurugai has just overtaken someone to move into 4th place. Ixajax is also closing in, now in 5th. Both racers neck and neck for 4th. This battle for 4th is about to get interesting. Willow Shrub is climbing up to 7th place. Famaka is making a move to 8th. Defets is advancing to 14th. The race is heating up. Ixajax is now in 4th place, moving up 1 spot. Ivensurugai and Ixajax are nose to tail fighting for 4th. Mr. Wolf J and Equinox 2 are locked in a close duel for 10th. TPKPA is feeling the heat, as Amy shrinks the gap by almost 14 seconds. Ixajax just overtook someone to claim 3rd place. Jekshin the Bucks and 5 and Sirugai are nose to nose for 5th, so expect some fireworks soon. Ixajax is closing in on Megutsu. The gap shrinks by 1.3 seconds. Hermit Media is making a move on Mr. Wolf J, also closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Hingo McCringleberry and D Fizzards are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Wow, Wayne Trinity 4 took the win. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, way to go Wayne Train in E4. You really showed everyone what you're made of. Fastest lap and the winner. Definitely earned that bragging rights. As for the rest of you, Hingle McCringleberry, you pulled off the most overtakes. So the 2015 Koenigsegg Regera is yours. Great effort from everyone. Can't wait to see who takes the next one. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would say the 2021 Chevrolet Camaro might have a slight edge on the Batangas racing circuit because of its handling and agility. But honestly, between the Camaro and the Mustang, it's a toss-up because they both have muscle and power to spare. It's like choosing between two really confident friends who both think they're the fastest. Alright, this is quite the showdown. Gina Jones is behind the wheel of a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro, known for its sharp handling and muscle power. Big Boy Betts is racing a 2021 Ford Mustang, which also packs a punch and has a bit of that iconic American muscle legend. Considering the Batangas racing circuit, which has those tight corners and quick straights, it could come down to who handles the curves better. Both cars are similar in age and power, but the Camaro might have a slight edge with its agility. So, if I had to put my chips on one, I'd say Gina Jones and the Camaro might just have the upper hand. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Let's see how this plays out. Alright folks, Scott Dixon in the 2021 Chevrolet Camaro is taking the lead from pole position here at Batangas Racing Circuit. Let's see if he can hold on to it or if the other cars have a surprise in store. Scott Dixon has taken an early lead. Move for Life is holding strong in second place. I'm currently in third, trying to keep up. Maya is closing in on the leader. Move for Life is holding firm in second. Amy is making a move up to fourth. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are neck and neck for that fourth spot. Jerk Plays and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for fifth place. Shoot 'em Up and James Mayo are locked in a fierce scrap for 13th. Story Forge just sneaked up one spot to 15th. Jerk Plays just sneaked into 5th place. Shoot 'em Up and James Mayo are nose to nose for 13th. Brando Booster and Story Forge are also locked in a close fight for 15th. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Shoot 'em Up is also climbing up to 13th. Rana Rampage and A. Pierre Dope are nose to tail for 18th. Inga McCringleberry is now in 5th place. Jerk Place is right behind in 6th. They are locked in a close fight for that 5th spot. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Gina Jones and Jerk Place are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th. Gliding Penguin is driving a 2007 BMW 320. They are currently in 11th place and seem to be holding steady without major drama so far. Big Boy Bets is in 7th place with a Ford Mustang. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Appy Dope is driving a 2007 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA, a car known for its sporty handling, but not exactly a speed demon. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably fighting for some positions or just enjoying the scenery. Amundsen just climbed 1 spot to 20. Looks like the battle for 20 is heating up between Sengoshi and Amundsen. Jerk Plays is climbing up to 5th place. Inga McCringleberry and Jerk Plays are nose-to-nose for 5th. Sengoshi is making a move to 20th. Inga McCringleberry just climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Inga McCringleberry and Amy are nose-to-tail fighting for 4th. This race is heating up. Gina Jones is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro, starting in 6th place. She's currently in 7th, just behind Jerk Place, and her fastest lap is 1:44.204. Looks like she's holding steady but hasn't quite broken into the top 5 yet. Gina Jones is climbing up to 6th place. Exception and Jerk Plays are nose-to-nose for 7th. Big Boy Bets is also making a move, now in 10th. Exception just nudged into 7th place. Jerk Plays and Exception are nose-to-nose for that spot. Pippi Langstrom is inching up to 9th, and she's right behind Jerk Place, and Pippi is in a tight fight for 8th. Jerk Plays is climbing up to 7th place. Big Boy Bets has also moved up 1 spot to 9. Pippi Langstrom and Big Boy Bets are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Gravy Graves is driving a 2008 Volvo C30. They're currently in the 13th spot, just behind the BMWs and Peugeot. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a little more speed to climb higher. Gina Jones is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro and is currently in 6th place. Her fastest lap is 1:42.809. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Rona Rampage just overtook April Dope, and now they are side by side for the 18th place. Rona Rampage looks like they want that spot bad. Big Boy Bets is now in 8th place, climbing up 1 spot. Except Agnan Big Boy Bets are nose to tail fighting for that 8th spot. Wow, Scott Dixon really took the checkered flag. Guess he's the one to beat. Wow, Scott Dixon really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race! You earned that victory in the fastest lap, so you can now claim a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro from the Trans Am series. And look at that! Gina Jones not only won the bet race but also gets to claim a Camaro as well. Nice work, Gina! Looks like both of you are taking home some pretty sweet rides today. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. In the 1960s, racing cars were sometimes so innovative that they looked like science experiments on wheels. The idea of a supercar or a racing class before that time was basically about pushing the limits of speed with a lot less fancy tech and a lot more raw talent. Imagine a time when folks thought that sticking a giant engine in anything that moved was enough to make it a supercar. Racing back then was as much about ingenuity and daring as it was about the actual cars. It's kind of wild to think how far we've come, isn't it? Hey everyone! The clock is ticking and time is almost up to pick your favorite car for this race. Make sure you get your choice in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your pick dominate the track. Oh wow! This is a classic showdown. The 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT is a beautiful car, but the Miura 400 SD from 1966 is like the superstar sibling with a little extra flair. The Miura is known for being one of the first supercars with a sleek design and impressive performance for its time. Sonda 3. With the 400 GT you'll bring some vintage charm, but I have a feeling Catgirl TM's Miura might just have the edge in speed and agility. Honestly, it's a tough call, but I'm secretly rooting for that sleek Italian beauty to take the crown. Let's see if the AI agrees or if Dongarzonfri's classic will surprise us all. Alright folks, the race is on at Chang Track, and leading the pack is Pippi Ellingstrom in a classic 1964 Shelby Cobra 427. That's right, rocking that vintage supercar flair at the front. Let's see if that relic can hold off the newer speed demons. The race kicks off with Pippi Langstrom taking the lead, followed by Fish the Husky in second place, and Maya holding on to third. Looks like a promising start for the top three. Hingle Me Kringleberry is on the move, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is making a strong push up to 17th place, passing 5 cars. The Kaiju is gaining ground to 24th after overtaking 3 cars. The Caillou is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 21st. Maya is inching closer to the front, now in 3rd. Radioactive Vixen is also making moves, now in 8th. Catgirl TM is climbing fast into the top 13. Celestia Linari is making a move into the 16. Vanonith 1857 is storming through the field into 19. Gina Jones is really having a rough time, dropping to the back of the pack at 28. New for Life and Bill the Old Guy are nose-to-nose fighting for 14th place. The Caillou is climbing up 1 spot to take 20th. Fish the Husky has climbed 2 spots to 2nd place. Wayne 24 is also moving up 1 spot to take 4th. Looks like I am still battling Wayne 94 for 4th place, and it's getting pretty close. Maya is now in 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. The Let's Go is closing the gap, reducing it by 3.3 seconds. They are now locked in a tight battle for 2nd. Maya is closing in on Pippi Langstrom and has cut the gap by almost 4 seconds. They are nose to tail for the lead. Hellskank has gained 1 position and is now in 10th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Schmerzenlife fast enough to make it a photo finish. The Let's Go just took 2nd place, probably feeling pretty good about that. Hingle McCringleberry is closing the gap on Bunnysoft Doom, but only by a second and a bit. Looks like Hingle and Bunnysoft Doom are in a tight fight for 7th place, so expect some serious drama there. Gina Jones is closing in on Scott Dixon fast, cutting the gap by over 12 seconds. Wayne 24 has climbed up 1 spot to take 4th place. Fish the Husky and Wayne 24 are now locked in a fierce battle for 4th position. The Let's Go is dropping back to 9th place. Maya is climbing up to 2nd. Wayne 24 is also moving up to 3rd. The race is heating up. The Let's Go is on a roll, climbing 7 spots to 2nd place. Hellskank and Radioactive Vixen are nose-to-nose fighting for 9th. Dr. Keeps Appleway just gained 1 position to 11th. Trifa 93 is on a roll, climbing up to 11th place after overtaking 4 cars. Hellskank just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Radioactive Vixen and Hellskank are now nose to tail fighting for 9th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Meg's Boring Life and Hingle are neck and neck for that spot. Hellskank is making a move to 8th place. New for Life just overtook someone and is now in 13th place. Amy is climbing up to 18th place. Velocito 14 is inching closer to 23rd place. Trifa 93 just overtook Radazaro Active Vixen and is now in 10th place. They're nose to nose battling for that spot. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just won the race. Looks like even the fastest need to watch out for her. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Pippi Langstrom for winning the race. That is quite the achievement. And a big shout out to Pippi for also securing the fastest lap, which means they get to claim the legendary 1964 Shelby Cobra 427. Hingo McCringleberry, you really went all out with the overtakes today. You can also claim a 1964 Shelby Cobra 427. Looks like the vintage street cars are going to some very deserving drivers. Sure. Did you know that the 2021 Chevrolet Camaro is available with a V8 engine that can go from 0 to 60 in just under 4 seconds? It's basically a muscle car on a caffeine high, ready to roar down the street with style and a whole lot of attitude. I mean, who needs a jet when you've got a Camaro under the hood? Alright, so we're looking at Scott Dixon in a Ford Mustang versus Gina Jones in a Chevrolet Camaro. Both are pretty iconic American muscle cars with a lot of power, so this is going to come down to a mix of speed, handling, and maybe a little bit of luck. The Ford Mustang has a reputation for being a little bit more agile and sharp around corners, which could be a big advantage on Magione short. But the Camaro is not to be underestimated, especially if Gina can leverage its raw power to make up ground on the straights. Honestly, I'd put my money on Scott Dixon and the Mustang just because its handling might give him the edge in tight turns. But Gina is no pushover, and if she can stay clean through the corners, she might just surprise us. It's a close call, but I'm leaning slightly towards the Mustang here. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Magione Short Track. Leading the pack is Hingle McCringleberry in the pole position. driving a sleek 2021 Ford Mustang. Let's see if he can keep that top spot or if someone else is planning a surprise move. Maya is leading the race right now. Ingelne Kringleberry is in second place, trying to catch up. Amy is in third, not giving up just yet. Nouveau Life just overtook someone to take third place. Ingelne Kringleberry and Move for Life are nose to nose for second. The Uart is climbing fast to fifth. Uart and Amy are locked in a close fight for fourth. Amy is climbing up to third place. Scott Dixon is now in fifth. Nick Zeromaval has moved into 11th. The race is heating up. The Trans Am cars are dominating the front with a clear lead, likely benefiting from better power and handling on this short track. The VTC cars are trailing behind, probably struggling with the tighter corners and less horsepower. Rowdy Zerolf is driving a Volvo C30 from 2008. They're currently in the middle of the pack, holding the 13th spot. Looks like a steady race so far. Rowdy Zerolf's Volvo C30 is stuck in a time warp, still showing 99 minutes and 99 seconds. Looks like a technical glitch or ghost race. Not much progress there. Wafflingotters is racing a 2006 Alfa Romeo 156 in the WTC. They're currently in 9th place but have the slowest fastest lap among WTC cars. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. Nexarumaval is driving a seat, Leon TDI. They're currently in the 11th place and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time, but there's a bit of a gap behind them. The Trans Am cars are clearly dominating with the top spots, likely thanks to their power and handling on this short track. The WTC cars are trailing behind, probably struggling with the tighter corners and less raw speed. Wafflingotters is driving a 26 Alfa Romeo 156 in the WTC Class IN. They're currently in 9th place, but their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders, so the race might be a bit of a struggle. Amy is in 4th place with a Ford Mustang. She's slightly behind the leaders but has the fastest lap among her group, so she's pushing hard. The track's tight and technical layout is favoring the Mustangs early, especially with the quick lap times from the front runners. The slower WTC cars are struggling to keep up with the aggressive pace. Tangaducky TTV is driving a 27 Honda Accord in the WTC class Deadeye. They're currently in 15th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like a steady race, but no major moves yet. Simplomachus is driving a 2004 Audi A4 in the WTC class. They're currently in 10th place just behind Nexaromagal. Their fastest lap is a bit slower than some of the others, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Clearly you're the fastest on the track. Wow, Maya! You've just pulled off an incredible triple crown, winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. That's not just good. That's legendary. Congratulations on this amazing achievement. And speaking of wins, Maya has snagged the fastest lap time and can claim a 2021 Ford Mustang from the Trans Am Series. Scott Dixon, you nailed the race win and also get to claim a 2021 Ford Mustang. Looks like everyone's making some pretty sweet car claims today. Plus, Maya, you've done something even more impressive, winning 7 races in a row. That's a streak that's hard to beat. And with that, you've earned 500 request points. Keep it up, superstar. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your decision before the race starts without you. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite bot-driven beast in action. Get those selections in now. Ooh, now this is a classic showdown. The 1965 Toyota 2000 GT is a beauty with its sleek design and legendary status. On the other hand, in the 1967 Sunbeam Tiger, that's a bit of a wild card thanks to its sporty heritage and lively engine. It's like choosing between a smooth jazz solo and a fiery rock guitar solo. Considering the car's histories and potential handling for rallycross, I might lean towards the Toyota for its balanced performance and reputation. But hey, the Sunbeam Tiger could surprise us with its agility and raw power. Either way, this is going to be a fun race to watch. Who do you all think will take the crown? For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and quick handling. Rallycross circuits are typically tight, with sharp turns and a lot of directional changes. So, a car that can dart through corners smoothly and respond rapidly to driver inputs would be ideal. Power is nice, but in a race like this, being able to keep control and make precise maneuvers is what really counts. Plus, durability is important because of the rougher surface, so a car that can handle some abuse while maintaining performance would be the smart choice. Alright folks, WOWCB is kicking off from pole in a classic 1962 Lincoln Continental. These vintage cars might be slow, but hey, it's all about style and grace, right? Let's see if old school charm can defy the speedsters behind. Ingle McCringleberry has shot off the line and taken the lead. Amy is holding strong in second place, just ahead of Wayne Tr 94 in third. Looks like a close battle forming already. Wayne Tr 94 is climbing up to second place. Gina Jones and JC Productions are locked in a close fight for fifth. Maya and Smurf 20 are neck and neck for ninth. Wayne Tr 94 is holding on to second, but Amy is right behind him. JC Productions is closing in on WOWCB, now just a second apart. Scott Dixon has made a move and is now in 10th place, climbing up the field. WOWCB is climbing to third place. No for Life and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for sixth. Lynn Lilac is advancing to 11. Wayne Tr 94 and Ingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for the lead. Just slipped into sixth place, climbing one spot. Scott Dixon and Smurf 20 are locked in a close fight for ninth. WOWCB and Wayne Tr 94 are nose to nose for second place. Mootube is climbing fast, now 6th. Smurf 20 is making a move, now 8th. Wayne Tr 94 is climbing up to first place. Lynn Lilac and New for Life are nose to nose for ninth. Maya is currently in last place with her 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C101. Her fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like she's struggling to keep up. Lynn Lilac and New for Life are nose to tail in ninth place. Maya is closing in on Pippi Langstrom and has cut the gap by 1.7 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up to sixth place. Gina Jones and JC Productions are nose to nose for fifth. Pippi Langstrom is inching closer to the top 10, now in 11th. Mootube is climbing steadily up to 6th place. Maya is making a move to 12th. Looks like some shifting happening out there. Wayne Tr 94 is leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this vintage streetcar race under control. WOWCB is trying to overtake Amy for third place. New for Life is climbing up to 8. Lynn Lilac is closing the gap on Smurf 20, getting closer by 1.2 seconds. WOWCB is trying to hold off Amy for third place. New for Life is closing in on Gina Jones, the gap shrinking fast. WOWCB just overtook someone to take second place. Amy is also climbing up, now in third. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are nose to nose for the third spot. Hingle McCringleberry is dropping like a stone, now in 13th place. JC Productions is climbing steadily to 4th place. Mootuba is also making moves up to 5th place. Wild CB is right behind Wayne Trent 94 now. Mootuba has climbed to 4th place. Move for Life is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap a bit. Well, look at that. Wayne Trent 94 just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, Wayne Trent 94 really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations. It's always exciting to see someone cross the finish line first. Well done, Wayne Trent 94. If I had to pick one of these cars, I think the 2019 Ford Focus ST would have a good shot at winning. It's known for its sporty performance and agility, which are pretty handy on a circuit like Kalabuji Stadium. The BMWs are reliable contenders too, but I'd give the edge to the Ford for its combination of power and handling. The others are interesting choices, but I figure the Ford has that extra spark to come out ahead in this lineup. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down and the cars are ready to race. If you haven't picked your favorite yet, now's the time to do it before the race kicks off. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your chosen machine. Well, this is quite the matchup, isn't it? New for Life with that classic 2010 seat Leon TDAI, probably hanging on to its old school charm and maybe a little less horsepower. Meanwhile, Gina Jones in the much newer 2019 Ford Focus ST should have a bit of an edge with modern tech and a more aggressive design. But remember, in these AI races, it's not just about the car but also how the AI is programmed for the specific model. If the AI is optimized for the Focus, and Gina might just take the win. If not, New for Life in the seat could surprise us with some vintage grit. Honestly, my money's on the modern Ford. But hey, anything could happen in these digital circuits. Let's see how it plays out. Alright folks, it's game time at Kalabugi Stadium and Hingle McCringleberry is sitting on pole in a 2019 Ford Focus ST. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the AI has some tricks up its sleeve. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line to take the lead. New for Life is holding strong in second place. Gina Jones is currently in third, trying to keep up. Cap Holster advances to 5th place. The Betty White Show climbs to 7th. The Betty White Show and Max Beerley are nose to nose for 6th. Cap Holster is now in 4th place. The Betty White Show has moved up to 6th. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for 8th place. Max Beerley is climbing up to 6th place. Athena CNC is now in 13th. Vina 17 has moved into 15th. Latnia Mera is driving a 2012 Lada Granta Dotadetto. They're currently in the last position, so it looks like the race isn't going their way today. Mission Man advances 1 spot to 16. Platino Mera moves up 1 to 19. Appy Dope and Platino Mera are nose to tail for 19th. Fish the Husky and Lord Batril are nose to nose for the 17th place. Meanwhile, Platino Mera and Fish the Husky are locked in a close fight for 18th. Vin has 17. Just sliced through the field to take the lead. AP Dope is not far behind, climbing through the ranks. Hingle McCringleberry and AP Tar Dope are nose to nose for 2nd place. Looks like a showdown is brewing. Hingle McCringleberry is making a bold move to take the lead. No for Life is not far behind, climbing 2 spots to 2nd place. Gina Jones is also on the rise, moving up 2 spots to 3rd. The top 3 are all pushing forward. The Betty White Show and Max Beerley are nose to nose for 6th place. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langstrumpf are swapping positions for 8th. The Critical Egg is climbing up 1 spot to 14th. Max Beerley is really having a tough time dropping to 18. The Betty White Show is climbing up to 6th. Pippi Langstrumpf is also making moves up to 7th. Max Beerley just blitzed through 17 cars to take the lead. Bethray Lane is closing in on Platino Mera fast, shaving off 13.5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry and Max Beerley are nose to nose for the top spot. Looks like a showdown. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 1st place. Nouveau Life has moved up to 2nd. Gina Jones is in 3rd. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Nouveau for Life is leading the race in a 2010 seat, Leon TDI. They've set the fastest lap so far and seem to be comfortably ahead. The Critical Egg is driving a 2012 Lada Granta and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:18.701. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Platino Mera climbs to 16th place. Beth Raylene's catching fish stay husky, closing the gap by a second and a half. Max Spearley is chipping away at Dr. Felix, closing it by over 3 seconds. Move for Life is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. Mura is driving a 2012 Lada Granta de Total. They're currently in the 17th place, and their lap time is a bit slow compared to the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Nishaman is climbing up to 13th place. Dr. Felix is making a move to 19th place. Maya and Tap Holster are battling fiercely for 4th place. The Betty White Show is closing the distance on Maya, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lord Betril is making a move on the critical leg, closing in by 2.9 seconds. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the victory? Looks like someone's been practicing their sprinting around the track. Congrats on the win. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry, you did it! Congratulations on winning the race. That was quite the performance. Well deserved victory. And a big shout out to Noob for Life for securing the fastest lap. Thought he did. You've earned yourself a 2010 Seat Leon TDI. Definitely a car with some style. Also, a huge round of applause for Scott Dixon for the most overtakes today. That's some impressive maneuvering. You can claim a 26 Audi A4 B7. Nice choice. Sure thing. Did you know that the Fort Wayne Oval track is famous for its surprisingly tight corners, which make even the most confident drivers feel like they're on a roller coaster? It's like trying to juggle water balloons. Messy and full of surprises. It's a classic example of how a little bit of chaos can make racing so much more exciting. Well, this is quite the matchup. Gina Jones has a classic Reynard 95OY, which is a solid choice for traditional handling and a bit of racing history. On the other hand, I'm steering the Penske PC23, and that's known for its aerodynamics and faster top speeds. If it's a race requiring precision and smooth handling, Gina might have the edge. But if it's a straight-up speed contest, I'd give myself a little boost. Still, with cars from the same year, it's a toss-up. The driver's skill and the car's setup will really decide who takes the victory here. It's anyone's game, but I'd put my chips on the Penske this time around. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Fort Wayne Oval and leading the pack is the Equinox 2AI. It's steering a classic 1995 Lola T9500, and it's starting on pole. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead, or if the others have tricks up their sleeves. Gina Jones is leading the race, followed closely by Equinox 2 in second place, and Zombush 86 holding on to third. Looks like Gina is trying to set the pace early on. Your Instinct is on the move, climbing to 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Anonymity 3 is also gaining ground, now in 17th place after passing 4 cars. Someone else is making a move, now in 20th place after overtaking 3 cars. Yaki Ramen is climbing to 3rd place. Yaki Ramen and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 2nd. Sipsney Daming and Skeksis Bupri are locked in a close fight for 6th. Maya and Zombush 86 are nose to tail for 4th place. Super Siggy and Shattered Pixel are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. One of the Kiddo is climbing up 1 spot to 14th. Maya is now in 4th place, closing in on the top 3. Super Siggy has moved up to 8th place, making a little progress. Zerotimelev and Gliding Penguin are nose to nose for 10th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Nulevi is on the move, climbing up to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gaming Tophi Cancer is also making progress, moving up 3 spots to 17. One of the Kiddo is having a rough time, dropping 13 positions to 27. Pippi Langstrumpf is on a roll, climbing up to 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Spikos is having a rough time, dropping back to 27. Anonymous Ninity 3 is closing in fast on one of the Kiddo, shrinking the gap by 7.6 seconds. Nulavi is really having a rough time, dropping back to 26th place. Maya and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 2nd. Slipnsnita Gaming is climbing up to 5th place. Sipsnita Gaming and Yaka Raymond are neck and neck for 4th. Gina Jones is really having a rough time, dropping back to 10th place. Maya is climbing up to 2nd, inching closer to the leader. Slipnsnita Gaming is making some moves, now in 3rd and gaining ground. Cheryl Needs Roses is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 9. Your Instinct is also making moves, jumping 3 places to 11. That's Otis Arena is gaining ground, overtaking 4 cars to sit in 13. Super Siggy is on fire, climbing to 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Cheryl Nitsa is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 7.7 seconds. Down on Someone is making moves, jumping up 3 spots to 16. Well, look at that. Equinox Duo just crossed the finish line first. Nice job stealing the spotlight. Wow! Congratulations to Equinox 2 for taking the win. That was an impressive race. They really showed the AI what's what. And hey Maya, looks like you're the big winner today. Claim your prize of the 1995 Penske PC-23. Just what every race car collector dreams of. Sure! Here's a fun fact for you. In the 1980s, street cars racing was a wild mix of innovation and rebellion. Many of these cars had turbocharged engines that could give modern cars a run for their money, but they also had a lot of quirks. For example, some of these cars were so raw and unrefined that drivers would say it felt more like riding a roller coaster than driving a race car. It was basically the era where manufacturers started realizing that making cars faster also meant making them more unpredictable. That's what made 1980s street cars racing so exciting and a little chaotic. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance to make that critical decision. Don't be that person stuck with the slowpoke of the race. Get those selections in before it's too late. Welcome back, Deplorably Apple. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Get ready for some virtual adrenaline. Oh wow, this is an interesting matchup. Pippi Langstrumpf is in a classic Porsche 911 Turbo, a real legend in racing history, known for its power and agility. On the other hand, Deplorably Apple's Peugeot 205 T16 is a rally legend. But on a circuit like Sagalices, it might struggle a bit against the Porsche's raw speed and stability. Given the cars, I'd probably place my bets on Pippi Langstrumpf to take the lead early and hold on to it. The Porsche's turbocharged engine and timeless design give it an advantage in this race. But hey, stranger things have happened, especially in AI racing where surprises are just part of the fun. Who are you rooting for? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Circuito Sagalices, and look who's on pole. The Renault T4 cruising in a classic 1985 Aston Martin Lagonda. This is going to be interesting to watch. Renault T4 is leading the race with a strong start. The Critica leg is right behind in second place, and Amy is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a strong push, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. The Critica is holding the lead, climbing one spot to take first. Hingle McCringleberry is also on the move, advancing 2 places to sit in third. Hot Bolognese is climbing nicely into 4th place. Maya is making a move into 6th. Pippi Langstrump is inching closer to the top 10 at 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Pippi Langstrump and Rowdy Vzerov are locked in a close fight for 7th. Woo for Life and Frankenballs are also neck and neck for 9th. New for Life is climbing to 9th place. Diagichat is advancing to 12th place. Hiswat Ingyo and Dijamigikat are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Hot Bolognese and Renok T4 are nose to nose for 3rd place. Maya is climbing up to 5th, leaving some behind. Pippi Langstrump is also making moves, now 7th. Maya is currently in 8th place driving a 1983 Porsche 911 Turbo Duh. The race looks tight with her staying close to the pack, but not quite making moves yet. Maya just overtook Hot Bolognese and is now in 4th place. They're still close, but Maya looks like she's got the edge. Hot Bolognese just overtook someone to claim 4th place. Pippi Langstrump is also climbing up to 6th. Looks like Pippi and I are locked in a close fight for 5th. Hingle McCringleberry is holding on to the lead with the critical leg right behind him. Hot Bolognese is just ahead of Renok T4 in a close fight for 3rd place. New for Life and Amy are neck and neck for 7th place. No room to breathe. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 1st place. Hot Bolognese has climbed to 3rd. New for Life is up to 7th. Hot Bolognese is driving a classic 1983 Porsche 911 Turbo Dodge. They're currently in 3rd place, but their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but not setting the pace. Frankenballs just gained a spot, now in 9th place. Rowdy Vzerov and Frankenballs are nose to nose for 9th. Risvachingyo is climbing up to 12th. Hingle McCringleberry is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Rowdy Vzerov is driving a Lamborghini Jalpa from 1981. They are currently in the 12th position and running just behind the leader by about 30 seconds. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a bit more aggression to catch up. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing up 1 spot. Frankenballs is also up 1 spot, now in 8th. The race is heating up. Amy is driving a Lancia Delta Sport Stradale, currently in 10th place. The car is known for its rally heritage and turbocharged power. She's a bit off the pace, trailing the leaders by almost a second and a half. The vintage street cars are keeping the race tight with a mix of speed and quirks. The track's tight corners seem to favor the more agile models, but the power of the Porsche 911s keeps them in the hunt. Overall, it's a close battle with no clear dominance. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 5th place. New for Life is also advancing to 6th. Renault T4 and New for Life are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Tmagisha is driving a 1986 BMW M3 E30. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just ahead of the last few racers. Looks like they're hanging on but not setting the world on fire. Frankenbautz is gaining on Renault T4, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Wayne Trinity T4 is catching Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Wayne Trinity T4 is driving a Lamborghini Jalpa from 1981. They are currently in the 8th place, just ahead of Scott Dixon. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite in the hunt for the top spots. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the victory? Guess the competition was just a warm-up for that superstar. Well done! Wow! Hingle McCringleberry taking the victory. Congratulations on that impressive win. You really drove it home. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrumpf for winning the bet race. You now have your pick from the retro street cars, including that sweet 1983 Porsche 911 930 Turbo Do. Dream car status. Also, New for Life, you crushed it with the most overtakes today. That's some serious driving skill right there. You get the same vintage Porsche to add to your collection. Great race, everyone! Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, and soon it'll be too late to pick your favorite car. So if you haven't made your choice yet, now's the time to shout it out before the curtain closes. Wow, this is like a vintage showdown in the making. Calican Bunny with the arrows, a 10B, versus Amy with the Tyrrell, 017. Both cars from 1988, so it's more about driver skill and maybe a bit of luck. The Arrow's a 10B has a reputation for being a tricky little thing, but it's pretty agile if you know how to handle it. The Tyrrell 017, on the other hand, is more of a steady cruiser, known for balanced handling. Honestly, I'd lean slightly towards Amy and the Tyrrell, just because it's a more reliable choice over the long haul. But Calican Bunny could surprise us with some vintage magic. Let's just sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Who do you think will take the crown? Alright folks, the race kickoff at Dubai International. Squat Bender's on pole with that vintage 1988, a GSJH 23. Buckle up. This is gonna be a throwback showdown. Squat Bender is leading the pack right now, followed closely by Pippi Langstrom in second place. Bjorn Art is holding on to third, but it looks like the race has just begun, so anything can happen. Ingleby Kringleberry is making a move, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Max Birley is also on the rise, passing 4 cars to sit in the 18th spot. Pippi Langstrom is holding strong at the front, now in first place after moving up 1 position. New for Life is now in third place, climbing 2 spots. It's Sarar and New for Life are nose to nose fighting for third. I'm moving up 1 spot to 5th. It's Sarar is now in third place. Bjorn Art has moved up to 5th. Scott Dixon is now in 6th. The race is heating up. New for Life and its Sarah are nose to tail for third place. Kyosify is climbing up to 12th. Nadisbury is also on the move, now 13th. New for Life just overtook someone to take third place. Its Sarah is not giving up easily, still fighting for that spot. Scott Dixon and Bjorn Art are nose to nose for 5th. Looks like a close one. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 5th place. Kyosify and Calico Bunny are nose to nose for 11th. Gina Jones and Rowdy Zerolf are locked in a close fight for 19th. Kyosify is on the rise, climbing 3 places to 9th. Bjorn Art is losing ground, dropping 9 spots to 15th. And I am inching forward 1 position to 6th. Maya is now just a second behind Scott Dixon. Looks like a move is imminent. Nadisbury has climbed 1 spot to 11. Dor Rogue has gained 2 spots and is now in 20th. Dor Rogue is in 21st place with a March 881. Looks like a slow start or some trouble since they're quite behind. Nadisbury is in the 15th position, driving an AGSJ H23. Their race looks steady but not spectacular, sitting behind some faster cars and ahead of a few. Pippi Langstrom is holding a solid lead and just set the fastest lap, so it looks like he's got this race under control unless someone pulls off a miracle. Maya is currently in 6th place with the McLaren MP44. Her lap time is competitive but not quite catching the leaders. She's staying close but needs a little more push to overtake the top 3. Scott Dixon has moved up to 4th place. The battle between Scott Dixon and its Sarar is heating up for that position. Akanone is closing in on Velocitor 14, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Looks like a race to watch. Scott Dixon has just grabbed the third place, sneaking past someone new for life. And Scott Dixon are nose to nose for that third spot. Gravy Grade is climbing up to ninth, making a little progress. Gina Jones is driving a Lotus 100T and is currently in 19th place. Her lap time is just under 1 minute and 43 seconds, so she's holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Coyosify just nudged ahead of Gravy Graves for 9th place. They're really neck and neck now. Akinone is driving a Lola LC 88 and is currently in 18th place. Their fastest lap is just under 1 minute 40 seconds, so they're holding a decent pace but not challenging the leaders. The track's tight corners and long straights are favoring the faster cars like the McLarens and the Ocellas. Overtakes are happening mainly on the straights, but some drivers are struggling with grip in the corners. Calico Bunny is holding a slight edge over Amy, but with just 1 lap left, it's anyone's game. Amy's got the speed but needs to find a gap. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just won the race. Looks like even the fastest need to watch out for her playful spirit. Well done. Wow, Pippi Langstrom has done it again. Congratulations on winning the race, you really took the checkered flag with style. And great news for the fastest lap, Pippi, you get to claim the vintage 1988 Osella F1. Oh, that's quite the throwback to classic F1. And Scott Dixon, you're the master of overtakes today? You've earned yourself the 1988 Benetton B188. Looks like someone's going home with some history today. Nice work, guys! Sure thing! Did you know that the Circuit Assen is often called the Cathedral of Motorcycling because it's been a hub for motorcycle racing since 1925? It's like the grand church of two-wheel sports, but with a lot more asphalt and adrenaline. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking and the cars are revving up. Make sure to get your pick in before the time runs out or you'll be stuck with the leftovers. Hurry up, or you'll be riding shotgun with whatever's left. Wow, those are some interesting choices for a race. The Hyundai Tiburon from 23 is definitely more modern, and probably has better handling, but the 1953 Fiat 8 VGA Supersonic has that classic charm and maybe a surprise or two up its sleeve. Considering the circuit and the car's specs, I might lean towards Beyond Two Dark Souls pulling off a win, just because the Hyundai likely has better technology and grip. But hey, don't count out Necrophantasm and that vintage beauty. Sometimes the old classics surprise us all. This should be an exciting race to watch. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Circuit Assen with some high-speed chaos. Okinabaka is on pole in a 2007 Caparo T1, so buckle up. Let's see if that speedy little beast can hold the lead or if the others catch up. Okinabaka has taken the lead right out of the gate. Taknasi is holding strong in second place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a pretty tight start so far. Hingle McCringleberry is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is also making moves, now in 8th after her own surge past 3. Jax in the Box is gaining ground, now in 14th after overtaking 4 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing fast into 4th place. Gina Jones is making a move into 7th. Pippi Langstrup is also on the rise, now in 8th. Jaggy Cat is making a move, climbing up to 19th place. Blincheckout 21 and Taknasty are nose to nose for 2nd. Hingle McCringleberry and Flinchy Caught 21 are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd. Gina Jones is on a tear, overtaking 3 cars to grab 3rd place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing fast, now in 2nd. Pippi Langstrup is making her way up, now in 7th. Pippi Langstrup and Scrooge Champ are nose to nose for 6th place. Nox Exodus is climbing up 1 spot to 8. Theskis and Nox Exodus are locked in a close fight for 8. Pippi Langstrup just overtook Nox Exodus and now sits in 6th place. Nox Exodus is right behind in 7th. They are nose to tail, so expect some fireworks soon. Jaggy Cat is climbing fast, now in 14th place. Flinchicop 21 just moved up 1 spot to 4th. Taknasty and Flinchicop 21 are nose to tail, fighting for that 4th position. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 5th place. Theskis is making a move to 6th. Maya and Pippi Langstrup are nose to tail for 8th. Who's gonna blink first? Maya is on a roll, now in 5th place after overtaking 4 cars. Amy is climbing fast, now in 10th after passing 3 cars. Nox Exodus just moved up 1 spot to 4th. The race is heating up nicely. Jax in the box is climbing fast into 7th place. Amy is catching up, now in 8th. Morningstar is making a move into 10th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Morningstar is closing in on the top 10. Jamishat is inching closer to the middle of the pack. Yax in the box is climbing to 7th place. Jamagishat is now in 10th. Tangladaki TTV has moved into 12th. The race is heating up. Jamagishat is closing in on Morningstar, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. They are battling for 9th place. Tangladaki TTV is climbing up to 11th place, gaining 1 position. Jamishat advances to 9th place. Pippi Langstrom moves up to 12th. Bing Shieko 21. And Pippi are nose to nose for 12th. Wow, Okinabaka really pulled off a surprise victory. Guess they're the new speed king on the circuit? Wow, Okinabaka truly dominated the race. Congratulations on your win, you totally earned it. Hingun the Kringleberry. You snagged the 27.7 Caparo T1 for the fastest lap. Tatatarnas. Nice job showing off that speed. And Amy, with the most overtakes, you get the 2014 Koenigsegg 1-1. Well played. Looks like everyone's getting something special today. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the perfect time to do it before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on the chance to root for your champion. Get those selections in before we start the race. Hey, Etion1792, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some AI car racing action. Sit tight and enjoy the show. Alright, so we've got Pippi Langstrup in a 2017, Dilara P217, and Amy in a 2017. Onrook Nissan DPI. Both are pretty solid choices but totally different beasts. The Dilara is known for its agility and finesse, perfect for tight corners and quick turns. So if the track gets tricky, Pippi might have an edge there. On the other hand, the Onrook Nissan DPI is built for speed and endurance, especially on the straights. So if the race leans more toward open throttle and high speed, Amy could be in the lead. Honestly, it could come down to the track conditions and how well each driver's AI adapts. But if I had to pick, I'd say the Nissan might have a slight advantage on a long, straight heavy circuit, like Indianapolis, because of its raw power. Still, don't count out Pippi's nimbleness. This is going to be a close one. Alright folks, JD Anburn is leading the pack from pole position in that classic 2014 Onrook Ligier JSP2 Honda. Let's see if she can keep her lead at the Indianapolis F1 track. JD Anburn has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind her in second place. Gina Jones is currently in third, hanging on tight. The race is already heating up at the front. Day Hyper 7 is on a roll, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. James Misk is making a strong push, moving up 7 spots to 11. Nahokalos is also gaining ground, overtaking 5 cars to land in 15th. Nox Exodus is making a move, and now in 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. New for Life is climbing to 5th place. Frankenbouts is also moving up, now in 13th place. Ingle McCringleberry is driving a Mazda RT24P, a sleek and fast prototype. They're currently in 3rd place, so they're making a solid push, but still chasing the leaders. Maya just overtook JD Anburn for the lead. Pippi Langstrup and JD Anburn are nose to tail for 2nd place. Maya is pulling a small gap at the front. New for Life just overtook Gina Jones and is now in 4th place. Gina Jones is fighting hard to regain that position. Red Panda Man 84 and Amy are nose to tail for 6th place. Looks like a close one. Nox Exodus is making a move, climbing 3 places to 14. Move for Life is inching closer to the top, now in 3rd. Red Panda Man 84 is also advancing, now in 6th. Frankenbuds is driving a Nissan 350Z GT1 from 2007. Looks like they're stuck in 13th place. Probably just cruising along without much drama. Numbu for Life is climbing up to 2nd place. Jadian Byrne and Wolf for Life are nose to nose for 2nd. Scott Dixon is making his way to 7th. New Woo for Life is gaining on me, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Red Panda Man 84 is hot on Gina Jones' tail, both battling for 5th place. Scott Dixon has moved up to 7th place. Amy and Scott are now fighting for that position. Aetiona 1792 is closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by over a second. Mr. Roche is driving a 2001 BMW M3E 46 GTR. Their race seems to be pretty quiet so far, with no lap times recorded. Probably just trying to stay out of trouble. New for Life takes the lead and is now in 1st place. Scott Dixon advances to 6th. Aetion 1792 is closing the gap on Amy, and they are battling for 8th place. Aetion 1792 just snuck into 8th place. The Hyper 7 is chipping away at Amy, closing the gap by a second. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 12th place now. Wolf of Aco and Nox Exodus are nose to nose for that spot. Mr. Roche is chipping away at Mahokas, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Jadian Byrne is creeping closer to Maya, with a 1.6 second reduction. James Nisk is chipping away at the Hyper 7's lead by 1.4 seconds. Rex and Sarah is closing in on Wolf of Eco with a 1.9 second gain. Aetiona 1792 is climbing up to 7th place. The Hyper 7 is also moving up to 9th. Amy and the Hyper 7 are nose to tail for 9th place. The Hyper 7 is gaining on Red Panda Man 84 and closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Mr. Roche is also making moves on Mahokas, closing in by 1.40 seconds. Wow, what a surprise! Congratulations on winning the race, Nufralai. Guess the checkered flag was just waiting for you. Congratulations to Nobile for winning the race. Well done on dominating the track. You definitely earned those overtakes. And a big shout out to Maya for grabbing the fastest lap. That's some serious speed. Hippie Langstrom, you nailed the bet race. Great job securing the Dallara P217. Looks like everyone's walking away with some pretty sweet rides today. Who knew AI cars could be this exciting? A fun fact about the LMP3 racing car class is that these cars were designed to be a more affordable and accessible entry point into prototype racing. They might not have the turbocharged engines of their more glamorous counterparts, but they still pack enough speed to make the racing exciting. Plus, they're like the training wheels of the racing world, helping teams and drivers learn the ropes before moving up to the big leagues. Oh, this is a fun matchup. The 2016 AS03 Nissan, driven by Vagrant Enchanter, sounds like it's carrying some weight in terms of experience. But I gotta say, the Norma M30 from 2017 has a reputation for being light and agile, perfect for those sharp turns at Istanbul Park. If I had to pick, I'd lean towards Amy's Norma M30. The car's design seems better suited for that track's technical sections, and a year newer can sometimes mean a little extra tech and reliability. But we all know with AI drivers anything can happen, and sometimes the underdog surprises us. So, my bets are on Amy's Norma to take a small lead, but I'm curious to see if Vagrant Enchanter's Nissan can make a comeback. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Istanbul Park, and leading the pack is the Akinoni in the LMP3 class, a 2016 AS03 Nissan, sitting pretty on pole. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead or if chaos ensues. Akinoni has shot off the line to take the lead. Pippi Langstrom is holding second place, trying to keep up. Gina Jones is in third, hanging tight but already a bit behind the front runners. Pippi Langstrom is now in the lead, just ahead of Akinoni. I am climbing up to third place, closing in on the top two. The race is heating up at the front. Maya and Akinoni are nose to tail for second place. Hingle McCringleberry has gained one spot to sit in 10th. Wening Tapsenbong Siegs and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for 10th. Vagrant Enchanter and Amy are nose to tail for 7th place. Lil Sprout is climbing to 13th. Pat Sorts is making a move to 15. New for Life just overtook someone to climb into 4th place. Dina Jones and New for Life are still neck and neck for that spot. Hingle McCringleberry is now just 1 second behind Scott Dixon and closing in fast. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap. Akinone and Maya are still locked in a close fight for that position. Gina Jones is climbing up to fourth place, making some moves. Maya has just overtaken to take the lead. Akinone and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for second place. Gina Jones and Akinone are also fighting hard for third. Cloudy just sneaked into fifth place. Vagrantenshunter and Amy are still neck and neck for seventh. Pat Swords is climbing up to 14. Amy and Move for Life are neck and neck for sixth place. Scott Dixon and Vagrant Enchanter are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Ariu Serial just moved up to 18. Ariu Serial and Dra Let's Go are battling for 17. Cloudy and Gina Jones are nose to nose for fourth place. New for Life and Cloudy are also battling hard for fifth. Ingle Mate Kringleberry is climbing up 2 spots to 8. New for Life just overtook someone to claim 5th place. Amy is closing in on her next target in 6th. Vagrant Enchanter is inching closer to 7th, with Cloudy right behind in 8th. That battle for 7th is heating up. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in 1st place. Move for Life has moved up to 4th. Amy and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 5th. Maya and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to tail for the lead. Amy just overtook someone to sit in 5th place. Cloudy is now in 6th after climbing 1 spot. Bubute is really closing the gap on Your Instinct now. They're battling hard for 15th place. Scott Dixon is making a move and now in 6th place, overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is climbing 2 spots into 5th. Vagrant Enchanter is also moving up 1 spot into 7th. Ingle McCringleberry and Cloudy are nose to tail for 9th place. Bubute and Dra Let's Go are also locked in a close fight for 16th. Scott Dixon is closing in on Gina Jones, closing the gap by a second. 2. Ingle Mate Kringleberry is climbing up 1 spot to take 9th place. The Let's Go and Your Instinct are locked in a tight fight for 15th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 7th. Lil Sprout is now in 12th. Riswatch Indio is in 17th, still hanging in there. Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf just won the race. Looks like even the fastest need to watch out for her playful spirit. Congratulations! Wow! Congratulations to Pippi Langstrumpf for taking the checkered flag. That's some impressive racing. And a big shout out to Pippi for grabbing the fastest lap. Talk about speed. Amy, you came through and won the bet race, so you get the 2017 Norma M30. Nice work. And Scott Dixon, you're the master of overtakes today, claiming that 2016 8S03 Nissan. Excellent effort from everyone, this was quite the show. Sure thing. Did you know that the LMP3 class was actually created to be the entry point for new teams and drivers into prototype racing? It's like the teenage stage of racing cars, getting ready for the big leagues but still showing off some impressive speed and style. Perfect for those who want to dip their toes into the high-speed pool without jumping straight into the deep end. Oh, this is a classic battle of the underdog versus the sleek contender. Scott Dixon on the 2016 8S03 Nissan is known for his incredible skill and consistency, but that car isn't exactly a speed demon compared to the Norma M30. Amy's 2017 Norma M30 has that aerodynamic edge and a reputation for handling tight corners with finesse. Honestly, I'd give the edge to Amy on this one because that Norma was built for racing at high speeds and sharp turns. But then again, Scott has that experience and resilience that might surprise us. So I'll say, the Norma M30 might just steal this one. But don't count out Scott. He's got the grit to make a good race of it. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Deutschlandring and Naibe is on pole with that classic 2017 Norma M30. Let's see if the speed matches the hype. Naibe has shot off the line and taken the lead. Hingo McCringleberry is holding second place, just ahead of me in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Maya and Hingo McCringleberry are nose to tail for second place. Rowdy Zirolf and Move for Life are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Shalesy is climbing fast, now in seventh after overtaking two cars. Shalesy and Rowdy Zirolf are battling hard for sixth. Maya just overtook someone to move into second place. Looks like she's on a roll. Amy and Hingo McCringleberry are nose to tail for third. No clear winner yet. Move for Life and Amy are also locked in a close fight for fourth. Things are heating up. Rowdy Zirolf is climbing to fifth place. Bioat is now in 17. Vanona 1857 has moved into 18. Move for Life is climbing fast into fourth place. Scott Dixon is also making moves into fifth. Shalesy is sneaking into seventh. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Chosan's Coast is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Chelsea just nudged into 6th. Gina Jones is sneaking into 7th after overtaking 2 cars. Gina Jones is slicing through the track, closing in on Chelsea by 1.3 seconds. Amy is climbing up to 9th place, sneaking past someone. Anna Savage is also on the move, grabbing 10th place. Amy is slicing through the field, closing in on Chosan's Coast by 2.4 seconds. Pippi Langstrump is climbing 1 spot to 10th place. Skakes Beaupre is also on the move, gaining 1 spot to 17th. Amy just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Rowdy Zerolf is gaining on Architect, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. New for Life is currently in 4th place, driving a 2016 8S03 Nissan Dada. Looks like they're making a solid push, but still a few spots behind the leaders. Scott Dixon is holding 5th place, so he's got some ground to make up. Amy is in 8th, so she's a bit behind but still in the mix. Looks like Scott might have the edge for now, but Amy could close the gap if she pushes hard. Gina Jones is really pushing, closing in on Chelsea and chipping away at that 6th place battle. Pippi Langstrump is gaining on Amy fast, cutting the gap by 2.30 seconds. Looks like some exciting battles shaping up. Rowdy Zerolf is slicing through the track, closing in on Architect by 5 seconds. Move for Life is creeping closer to Hingle McCringleberry with a 2.7 second gain. Gina Jones just made a move up 1 spot to sit in 6th. Tyler Drums 31 is climbing up to 18th place. Rowdy Zerolf is narrowing the gap to Architect by 2 seconds. Rowdy Zerolf is closing in on Architect fast, just 5.33 seconds behind now. Pippi Langstrump has climbed up 1 spot to 7. Amy has also moved up 1 spot to 8. Gina Jones is chipping away at Scott Dixon's lead, closing in by 1.4 seconds. Chosan's Coast is climbing up 1 spot to 9th place. Senara Savage is also gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 10th. Chelsea is really having a rough time dropping to 17. Maya is closing in on Ivy, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Forty Afro just moved up 1 spot to 11. Skakes Beaupre is climbing to 17th place. Navling is now in 18. Architect has moved into 19. Looks like the race is heating up. Wow, Nivy just won the race. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Well done. Wow, Naiba really came out on top. Congratulations! You drove like a champion today. Gina Jones, you've earned the fastest lap and can claim a 2010 Orica FLM09. Well done, your speed was on point. Scott Dixon, you won the bet race, so you can take home that 2016 80S03 Nissan. Nice job pulling off that victory. And new for life, you were the overtaking king. You can claim the same 2016 8S03 Nissan. Impressive moves all around. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in. The clock is ticking, and we don't want any cars just standing there awkwardly, do we? Get your choices in before it's too late. Oh, this is a classic clash of the vintage giants. The BRM Type 15 is a pretty formidable machine from the 1950s, known for its raw power and aggressive handling. On the other hand, the Ferrari 125 F1 has that sleek Italian charm and precision engineering that might give it a slight edge in agility. Given the Lausitzring DTM layout, where handling and cornering speed are crucial, I'd probably lean towards the Ferrari. But you never know with these vintage cars. They do have a certain wild card factor. I say it's going to be a tight race, but the Ferrari might just edge out the BRM by a nose in the final laps. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Lausitzring DTM and Naibi is on pole, steering a classic 1950 Ferrari 375 F1 Touring. Looks like an epic throwback race is about to unfold. Naiba has shot off the line to take the lead. Spearlight K is holding strong in second place. Zikapal is hanging tight in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Spearlight Hale is now in first place. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to third. Amy has also advanced to fourth. Hingle and Amy are nose to nose for third place. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are nose to tail for third place. Zikapal is slicing into Amy's rear bumper, now just over a second behind. Scott Dixon is climbing up the field, now in sixth after overtaking someone. Serka Minge just overtook Scott Dixon, and is now in sixth place. Scott Dixon and Serka Minge are nose to tail. No room for error. Yakiraman and Wild Cabanone are battling for 11th. Looks like a close one. Maya is climbing fast, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Netzer Upstarts is right behind, also up 3 spots to 16th. Newfall Life is making a move, up 3 places to 20th. The race is heating up. Mafia Mavi is climbing fast, now in 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Scott Dixon is gaining ground, moving up to 5th place. Zika Paul and Scott Dixon are locked in a close duel for 5th position. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Naiva, cutting the gap by 1 second. Zika Paul is climbing 2 spots to take 4th place. Famaka is moving up 1 spot to sit in 6th. Scott Dixon has climbed 2 spots and is now in 5th place. Amy and Scott are nose-to-nose for 5th position. Wild Cabanona and Famaka are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Popcorn Slayer is now in 8th place, closing the gap with Wild Cabanona. Wild Cabanona and Popcorn Slayer are still neck and neck for 8th. Nedzerope Starks has climbed 2 spots to 15th, making a little progress. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 2nd place. Famaka is now in 6th. Wild Cabanona has just moved into 8th. Annex Agarax just climbed to 9th place, leaving Popcorn Slayer behind in the fight for that spot. Maldoxiev is also making progress, now in 12th. Famaka is now in 5th place, closing the gap with Scott Dixon. Scott Dixon and Famaka are nose to tail in that battle for 5th. Popcorn Slayer has climbed to 9th place, making a little progress. Scott Dixon has just overtaken someone to move into 5th place. Famaka and Dixon are nose to tail for that position. Popcorn Slayer is climbing up to 8th place. Popcorn Slayer just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Amy and Popcorn Slayer are nose to nose for 7th. Detoxins and Nzerb Starks are battling hard for 15th. Detoxin is really taking a tumble down to 26th place. Annex Agarax is climbing up to 9th. Its Aurora is making a move to 16th. Naiba just sneaked into 2nd place. Famaka is also climbing up to 5th. Famaka and Sikapal are nose to nose fighting for 4th. Yakiraman and Maldoxev CF are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Netzerup Starks just gained a spot to move into 15th. It's Aurora and Nezerup Starks are also battling for 15th. Famaka just nudged into 4th place. Zikopal and Famaka are nose-to-nose for that spot. Nezerup Starks is climbing up to 14th. Wolf of Echo is closing in on Detoxins fast. The gap is shrinking by 14 seconds. Famaka is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, just 1.3 seconds behind now. Popcorn Slayer has moved up one spot and is now in 6th place. Wild Kebanona is climbing to 8th place. Annex Agarax is now 9th. Aussie 2002 has moved into 12th. Looks like everyone's making some progress. Annex Agarax is climbing up to 8th place. Maya and its Serara are nose to nose for 15. Hot Bolognese and Yabwa Rwanda are locked in a fierce fight for 17. Hot Bolognese and Yabwa Rwanda are nose to tail for 17th place. Mafia Mavia just gained one spot to take 19th. Mafia Mavi and Hot Bolognese are now fighting for 18th. Wow. Spear Like Hill really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win, champion! Wow! Spear Like Hill really must have a secret superpower to take the win. Congratulations on the victory. You definitely earned that top spot today. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1978 Avia, a E2. It sounds like it could have a bit of that classic muscle and maybe a surprise or two up its sleeve. The rest of these cars seem to have a mix of futuristic names and vintage years, but honestly, on a technical and racing level, the Avia might just have the edge. Plus, with a name like that, it's shouting, "I've got the speed and style." So I'd put my bets on the Avia leading the pack on that twisty old-school raceway. Alright. So we've got Scott Dixon in that vintage Estonia 21, and Flanky Frankie in the classic Metalex MTX103B. Both are interesting choices, but I have to say that the Estonia 21's probably got the edge with its slightly more modern design, even if it is a few decades older. The Metal X is a real throwback, so unless Frankie has some secret AI tricks up its sleeve, I'd put my money on Dixon's Estonia 21. But hey, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe Frankie's got a surprise in store. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Old Bridge Township, Raceway Park on Layout 3. Scott Dixon is on pole, driving a classic 1981 Estonia 21 in the Formula 1300 Class Storchi. Buckle up, it's going to be a wild ride. Flanky Frankie is leading the race, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place. Prodigy Place 58 is currently holding the third spot. Scott Dixon just snatched the lead from Flanky Frankie, then nose to tail for the top spot. Josen's Coast is closing in on the top three, moving up one place. Flanky Frankie is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Gekrishka's climbed into the top 10. Kaber is making progress, and is now in the top 15. Maya is climbing to 17th place. Orange Funk is catching up to 19. Pippi Langstrom is making moves to 22. Scott Dixon just took the lead, moving into first place. Flanky Frankie is right behind, trying to find a way past. Looks like a close fight for the top spot. Cover is currently in the 13th place, driving in 1975 Metalex MTX 103. Beach. Looks like they're just hanging around the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Sputnik NZ and Wafferlife are nose to tail for 15th place. Frankenbuds just gained one spot and is now in 20th. Orange Funk and Frankenballs are also fighting for the same position, both eager to climb higher. Sputnik NZ is climbing up to 15th place. Orange Funk is also moving up to 19th place. Frankenbuds and Orange Funk are nose to nose for 19th. Dank Nuggins is climbing to 4th place. Frankenbuds is advancing to 19th place. Orange Funk and Frankenballs are locked in a close fight for 19th. Prodigy Place 58 is climbing to 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry is advancing to 7th. Hingle McCringleberry and Fragout are locked in a close fight for 6th. Maya is holding her ground in the battle for 18th place. Orange Funk is right behind, trying to make a move. Tangoducky TTV and Amy are climbing up the field. Gina Jones is racing a 1981 Metal X MTX 106 OAL. She's currently in 23rd place, just behind Pippi Langstrom. Her lap time is solid but not enough to move up much. Looks like a quiet race for her so far. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Sputnik NZ is making a move, now in 13. Looks like some strategic gains happening. Figurita Sport is driving a 1978 Metalex MTX 103C. They're currently in the 21st spot and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 12 seconds, which is pretty solid but not enough to climb much higher. Exclusivagox has climbed to 14th place. Tangaducky DTV is now in 16th place and closing in on Moe for Life. Looks like a battle for 16th place is heating up. Wow, Flanky Frankie just took the top spot. Looks like they're the fastest thing on the track today. Well done. Wow, what a fantastic performance from Flanky Frankie. Congratulations on winning the race. You really showed some impressive skills out there. Everyone better watch out because it looks like you're on a roll. Great job. Sure thing. Did you know that cars in the Group 2 racing class were originally designed to be a bit more stylish and comfortable? Turns out they were the kind of race cars that made you want to hop in and show off a little on the track, even if they still had the speed to leave the others in the dust. It's like racing in a sleek, fast, and slightly more glamorous package. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down super fast. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time or forever hold your peace. Don't miss your chance to see which AI masterpiece takes the crown. Oh wow! We've got a classic versus a rally beast here. Gina's driving the sleek, vintage Lotus Cortina. It's got style and a bit of that old school charm. But will it have the speed to outrun Scott's Simca Rally 3? That rally car's probably got the edge in handling and agility on this track. I'd say Scott's got the upper hand here. But then again, sometimes the vintage charm can surprise us. Let's see if Gina can pull off the underdog victory or if Scott will dominate with that rally legend. Are you placing your bets? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Buxton Rumbler leading the pack. Now is Pippi Langstrom, driving a classic 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold on to her lead. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Pippi Langstrom in second and New for Life holding on to third. Looks like the top three are already setting the pace. Ingo McCringleberry and New for Life are nose to nose for third place. Scott Dixon and Josh Biosh are swapping positions for 7. The Empress and its Siror are locked in a close fight for 10. Scott Dixon is climbing to 7th place. The Empress is making her way to 10th. Bozo is inching up to 15. Looks like everyone's on the move. Mount Oxy F is driving a 1968 Honda 800 RSC. They're currently in the 17th spot, struggling a bit with the pace, as their fastest lap is almost a second slower than the leaders. Josh Biosh just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th place. Scott Dixon and Josh Biosh are nose-to-nose for that same position. Okinabaka and Itzaror are locked in a close fight for 12th. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Scott Dixon is advancing to 7th. Okinabaka is pushing up to 12th. Scott Dixon is driving a 1970 Simca Rally 3.8. His race looks solid with a quick lap of 0:21.761, putting him in 7th place. Pippi Langstrom is holding a slight lead over Maya, but the gap is closing fast. The Lescopina and T8 Empress are neck and neck for 10th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Okinabaka is advancing to 11th. The Lescopine and Okinabaka are nose-to-nose for the 11th spot. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 5th place. The fight for 4th between Scott Dixon and New for Life is getting intense. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. Amy is also moving up to 6th. Scott Dixon and Amy are nose-to-nose, battling for 6th place. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint, which is holding the 3rd spot. Looks like they're staying consistent with a fastest lap of 0:21.764. Not bad for staying in the top 3. Itzaro is driving a 1979 Lada 2105.8. They're currently in 10th place, with a decent lap time but not enough to break into the top 5 yet. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move to take the lead. Maya and Hingle are nose-to-nose for 1st place. The 8th Empress is climbing up to 9th. Anarchy 6 is climbing up to 9th place. Puozzo is now in 15th. Looks like some steady progress. Maya just overtook Hingle McCringleberry to take the lead. They're now nose to nose for the top spot. Kararunen and Fuso are battling hard for the 14th position. Hingle McCringleberry is now in first place. Josh Bjosh has climbed to 7th. Maldox KEF is in 15th. Amy just slipped into 7th place. Kararunen is climbing to 15th. Looks like some shifting going on. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry just took the top spot. Looks like all that training paid off. What a surprise! Wow! What a fantastic performance by Hingle McCringleberry, winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. That's the kind of dominance that makes you sit back and say, well, that was impressive. Congrats to Hingle for claiming the 1975 Skoda 130 RS. As for Gina Jones, congratulations on winning the bet race and earning the legendary 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark I. Looks like party time for these two. Sure thing. Did you know that the figure 8 track design actually creates some hilarious moments when cars try to navigate the tight turns? It's like watching a hyperactive squirrel trying to dance. Chaotic but oddly entertaining. And because of the crossover in the middle, cars can sometimes bump into each other in the most dramatic fashion, making it a perfect playground for AI racers to show off their skills. Hey everyone! Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out. You don't want to miss out on the chance to see which AI driver is going to take the win. Hurry up and get your choices in. Alright, so we've got Fish to Husky in that classic 2009 Audi RS6 and Orange Funk. In the sleek 2015 Nissan 370Z Nissan Motare. The OE's got some serious power, especially with that V8 under the hood, but the Nissan is lighter and probably more nimble on those figure 8 turns. Considering the track and the car's characteristics, I'd say it's a toss-up, but I'm leaning slightly towards the Nissan. It's got that agility advantage which could make all the difference in such a tight, twisty race. Still, don't count out the Audi. It might surprise us with some brute force when needed. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, we're kicking off this chaos at the figure 8 track. Leading the pack right now is Hingle McCringleberry in a shiny 2020 Hennessy Venom F5. Buckle up, it's gonna get wild. Hingle McCringleberry has shot off the line and taken an early lead. Slipsnita Gaming is holding strong in second place. Gish the Husky is right behind in third, trying to keep up. Gish the Husky and Slipsnita Gaming are nose to tail for second place. Amy and Oscar Wolf are locked in a close fight for 8. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up one spot to 12th. Bean Streams is climbing up to 11th place. Bean Streams and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 10th. Merchicken Live is advancing to 15th. Merchicken Live just gained a spot and is now in 13th place. Ozzy Dwutan 2 and Pippi Langstrom are still neck and neck for 14th. Move for Life is climbing 2 spots and now sits in 17th. Girl of Diamond is making a serious move up to second place. Hitty 61 and Fish the Husky are nose to nose for 4th. Adanut 44 just climbed 1 spot to 15. Girl of Diamond is dropping like a stone to 16th place. Slipsnita Gaming is climbing to 2nd. Fish the Husky is also moving up to 3rd. Oscar Wolf is trying to squeeze past Amy for 8th place. Gina Jones is holding off Scott Dixon for 10th. Adanut 44 and Merchicken Live are nose to tail for 13th. Begoldnerd just overtook someone to take 6th place. Begoldnerd and Bjorn Art are nose to nose for 5th. Bean Streams is climbing up to 11th. Adanut 44 is climbing up to 12th place. Maya is making her way to 17th place. Both are on the move. Begoldner just gained a spot and is now in 5th place. Akanona moved up 1 spot to 17. Skosar Ops also gained 1 position and is now 18th. Bjorn Arat is climbing up to 5th place. Scott Dixon is now in 9th. Bean Streams has moved into 10th. Looks like everyone's on the move. Maya is leading the race with a Hennessy Venom F5 that's remarkably fast with a best lap of 37.627 seconds. Looks like she's been holding a strong pace and maintaining her position at the front. Begoldnerd is really having a rough time dropping to 18. Fish the Husky is climbing steadily into 2nd. Orange Funk is making a move up to 6th. Begoldnerd is making a serious charge up the field, overtaking 12 cars to reach 6th place. Fish the Husky is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to take the lead. Slipsnita Gaming is also climbing 1 position to secure 2nd place. Aussie Dawa 2002 is on a roll, climbing from 11th to 8th place. Oscar Wolf just nudged into 6th. Scott Dixon is sneaking into 7th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Oscar Wolf has just moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Oscar Wolf and Bjorn Art are nose to tail for 4. Aussie W222 is chipping away at Adanut 44, closing the gap by over a second. Wow. Fish the Husky took the lead and finished first. Looks like they were just too fast for everyone else. Well done. Congratulations to Fish the Husky on winning the race. Well done on your victory, and I hope you enjoy bragging rights for now. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for setting the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a sleek 2020 Hennessy Venom F5. Nice job claiming that modern street car. Sure thing. Did you know that the Fort Wayne Oval Track is actually a historic gem in the racing world? It's been around since the early 1900s and was once known for its incredibly tight turns and challenging layout. It's like trying to do a dance on a tightrope while your car is a bit of a ballerina. Definitely a test of skill for any driver, even if it's just AI this time. Alright folks, we've got Hingle McCringleberry in a 2017 Toyota Camry and Scott Dixon in a 2017 Ford Fusion racing on the Fort Wayne Oval. If I had to guess based on sheer brand power and that good old American muscle, Scott Dixon's Ford Fusion might have a tiny edge here. Hey, cars are just one part of the story, right? It's all about the AI driving skills and a dash of luck. So, who do you guys think will take the checkered flag? Alright folks, big news to start the race. Ronnie Rampage is on pole driving a 2017 Ford Fusion, so let's see if he can hold that lead, or if the others will catch up. Ronnie Rampage has shot off the line to take the lead. Official Class Alive is holding strong in second place. And right behind it's Maya in third, trying to keep up. Natrian Lucky is climbing fast into the top 10. Balsamic Vint 283 is right behind, making a strong push into the top 11. Amy is also on the move, sneaking into the top 13. Looks like everyone's eager to make a statement early. 192X is really having a rough time dropping back to 12th place. Boofina 19 is on the rise, climbing 5 spots to 13. Inga McCringleberry is making a bold move, overtaking 9 cars to land in 16. Maya and Rana Rampage are neck and neck for second place. Merchican Live just gained a spot, and is now 6th. Skex's Beau Pri and Amy are locked in a close fight for 14th. Ashanraton is closing in on Flanky Frankie fast, cutting the gap by 9.5 seconds. Maya and Runner Rampage are nose to nose for second place. Daydream Keeper is making a move, climbing up 1 spot to 4th. Dre 192 Kex and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 11th place. E and Boofina 19 are locked in a close fight for 14th. Bacon and Cthulhu Kachu are battling hard for 18th. Exclusiva Gox is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 18th place. Autoleatorius is making a move, gaining 1 spot to sit in 4. The Dreamkeeper and Autoleatorius are locked in a close fight for the 4th position. Skex's Beau Pri just overtook someone to move into 12th place. Lady Gummy and Exclusive Gox are nose to nose for 18th. Eskies and Bacorn are locked in a close fight for 20th. Naturalian Lucky and New 4 Life are nose to tail for 7th place. Dre 192X is climbing up to 12th after a single move. Skex's Beau Pri and Dre 192X are locked in a close fight for 12th. Maya and Rana Rampage are nose to tail for 2nd place. Naturalian Lucky is sneaking up to take 7th. New 4 Life and Naturalian Lucky are locked in a close fight for 7th. Inga McCringleberry is climbing up to 14th place. Exclusiva Gox is also moving up to 17th place. Elita Gox and Boofina 19 are nose to nose for 16th place. Exclusiva Gox is climbing up to 15th place. Exclusiva Gox and Skex's Beau Pri are nose to tail for that spot. Scorched Log is advancing to 21st place. Scorched Log and Kyosify are battling for that last spot in the top 20. Runner Rampage is holding on to the lead, but Official Class Alive is right on their tail. Amy and Dre 192X are still neck and neck for 12th place. No clear winner yet. Uziv Gox and Skex's Beau Pri are battling it out for 15th. Looks like a close one. Runner Rampage is trying to overtake Official Class Alive for the lead. Maya is closing in on Runner Rampage for 2nd place. Nova Life and Naturalian Lucky are still neck and neck for 7th. Maya and Runner Rampage are neck and neck for 2nd place. Move for Life slips into 7th, but Naturalian Lucky isn't letting him go that easily. Wow, Official Class Alive really sped to victory. Guess they're the new Speed King of Fort Wayne Oval. Well done. Congratulations to Official Class Alive on winning the race. Well done on steering those AI cars to victory. Now, for the lucky ones who can claim a car. Woo for life. You set the fastest lap. So enjoy the thrill of the 2017 Chevrolet SS, also known as the NASCAR legend, and Hingle McCringleberry. You won the bet race, which means you get to drive away with the 2017 Toyota Camry. Great job to both of you. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking down and soon they'll be racing without you. Don't leave your decision to the last second, or you might end up with the one you least expected. Hurry up and make your pick. Hey Turbo Benzina, welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. We've got some wild AI car races happening right now, so buckle up and enjoy the chaos. Whoa! This is a classic battle of the underdog versus the powerhouse. Turbo Benzina's got a vintage Toyota, which is charming but might be a bit outmatched in speed and agility against the sleek Porsche 935/78. The Porsche is legendary for its racing pedigree and aerodynamic design, so I'd say it's probably the favorite here. Still, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Let's see if Turbo Benzina can defy expectations and turn back the clock, or if the Porsche will cruise to victory with style and speed. Stay tuned. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Virginia International South, and Amy's sitting comfortably on pole with her classic 1977 BMW 320e20 1 Turbo doll. Let's see if her vintage charm can hold off the newer guys. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed by Scott Dixon in second, and Pippi Langstrom in third. Looks like Amy is trying to set the pace early on. Reinecke is slicing through the field, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pippi Langstrom and Scott Dixon are locked in a fierce fight for second. Move for Life and Turbo Benzina are also nose to tail, battling for fourth. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to second place. Turbo Benzina and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for third. Maya and New for Life are locked in a close fight for fifth. Turbo Benzina is now in third place. Maya has moved up to 5th. Ren Kaori and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 7th. Maya is climbing up to 4th place. Ren Kaori and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Raineki is gaining ground, now in 13th. Ren Kaori is climbing up to 7th place. Inga McCringleberry is gaining on JD Anburn, closing the gap by over a second. Ryan Neki and Senar Savage are locked in a fierce fight for 12th place. Chelsea's driving a 1977 Jaguar XJ12C. Broadspeed dual tweet. They're currently in 11th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Amy is leading the race in a 1977 BMW 320e 21 Turbo Door Turbo. Looks like they're holding a solid advantage at the front. No signs of trouble so far. Raineki is racing a 1966 Shelby Cobra 427. See, they're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, as they're quite a few seconds behind the leaders. V39 is making a strong push, now in 10th place after overtaking 4 cars. Scott Dixon is dropping back, now in 16th after losing 11 positions. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race, climbing 1 spot to take the top position. Senar Savage just overtook VD39, and now they are fighting for 10th place. The battle for 10th is getting intense with both racers pushing hard. Turbo Benzina just edged ahead of Maya for 2nd place. They 39 and Senar Savage are still neck and neck for 10th. Maya is holding a narrow lead over Pippi Langstrup for 1st place. Ren Kaori just overtook someone to take the 4th spot. Ngufo Life and Ren Kaori are locked in a close fight for 4th place. Maya is now in 1st place. New for Life has climbed 2 spots to 3rd. Turbo Benzina and New for Life are nose to tail for 3rd. Pippi Langstrup is gaining on me, closing the gap by over a second. Hingle McCringleberry just moved up 1 spot to 6th. Amy is catching Edsauce 21, closing the distance by a little over a second. Ren Kaori and Turbo Benzina are nose to tail for 4th place. Amy is chipping away at Edsauce 21, closing the gap by 2.3 seconds. New for Life is climbing to 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry is advancing to 5th. Gina Jones is moving into 6th. Ren Kaori is climbing up to 6th place. Raineki has moved into 10th. Amy is chipping away at Matrixco, closing the gap by a second and a half. Hingle McCringleberry and Turbo Benzina are neck and neck for 4th place. J.D. Anburn is closing in on Gina Jones, closing the gap by just over a second. Amy is hot on Matrixco's tail, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, what an incredible performance from Maya! Winning the race, snagging the fastest lap, and leading in overtakes all in one go. That's a triple crown if I've ever seen one. Big congratulations! And for the drivers out there, if you're feeling lucky, you might want to aim for some of those sweet rides. Maya has earned the chance to claim a 1978 Porsche 93578, the Group 5 Beast. Who's next to try and snatch up a car? If I had to pick one of these cars, I would say the 2016 Hennessy Venom GT would have a good shot at winning on the Circuit du Verdade. It's built for speed and raw power, which is exactly what you want on a twisty circuit like that. Of course, the Lotus Emira and the Porsche 911 might give it a run for its money with their handling and agility. But the Venom GT's outright acceleration could really set it apart. Hey everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the clock runs out. We don't want any last-minute regrets now. Get those choices in, and let's see which machine will dominate the race. Wow, we've got quite the matchup here. Turbo Benzina is piloting a classic Ferrari California from 2012, which is no slouch and known for its style and decent performance. On the other hand, I'm behind the wheel of a 2016 Hennessy Venom GT, a machine renowned for its incredible speed and power. Given the specs, I'd say the Venom GT has the edge in raw speed and acceleration. But the Ferrari could give it a run for its money with its agility and handling. Still, on a race like Circuit du Var, where straight line speed and precision matter a lot, I'm leaning towards the Venom GT winning. But hey, in a race driven by AI, anything can happen. Let's see if Turbo Benzina can surprise us with some engineering magic, or if the Venom GT just leaves a trail of dust. Stay tuned. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Circuit du Var, and leading the pack, starting from pole, is the Novorlife driving a sleek 2015 Jaguar F-Type. Buckle up, it's gonna be interesting. Right at the start, New for Life has shot into the lead. Lord Buttrill is holding second place, trying to keep up. Turbo Benzina is in third, not far behind but already looking for a way around. Lord Buttrill and New for Life are still nose to tail at the front. Maya just snuck into fourth place, inching closer to the leaders. Itsuroro is right behind in fifth, not giving up just yet. Turbo Benzina just overtook someone to take second place. Maya is also climbing up to third. Lord Buttrill and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for that third spot. Lord Buttrill just overtook someone to sit in third place. Amy is closing in on the top 5. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing 2 spots to 7. The race for 6 is heating up with Hingle McCringleberry and its Soror battling it out. Hingle McCringleberry is making a bold move, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones is not far behind, also on the rise, overtaking 4 cars to settle in 5th. Scott Dixon is gaining ground too, moving up 3 positions to 7. The race is heating up nicely. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing fast to 2nd place. Scott Dixon is making a move to 6th. Pippi Langstrom and Itsuroro are locked in a close fight for 7th. Gina Jones is closing in on Scott Dixon fast, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is having a rough time and has dropped 7 places to 9th. Turbo Benzina is on the move, climbing up to 2nd place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Lord Buttrill, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 5th place, and I'm making my way to 7th. Slowly, but surely. Gina Jones is driving a Porsche 718 Cayman S, a sporty and agile choice. She's currently in 7th place, fighting to move up. Her lap time is just over 6 seconds, so she's holding her own but needs to pick up the pace. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 4th place. Maya and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 6th. Pippi Langstrom is closing in on Lord Buttrill, chopping the gap by a full second. They're in a fierce scrap for 3rd place, and moving up 1 spot to 6th, slowly but surely. Pippi Langstrom is climbing to 3rd place. Scott Dixon is closing in on Lord Buttrill, now just over a second behind. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 9th place. Pippi Langstrom just overtook for 2nd place. Turbo Benzina and Pippi Langstrom are still nose to tail. Maya is closing in on Scott Dixon and the gap is shrinking fast. Looks like a fun fight for 5th coming up. Maya is now in 4th place, closing in on the top 3. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 8th, still a bit behind the leaders. Scott Dixon is driving a 2022 Lotus Emira and currently in 7th place. His fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader, so he's not exactly setting the pace. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by a little over a second and a half. Pippi Langstrup is closing in on New 4 Life and has cut the gap by a second. Turbo Benzina has climbed 1 spot to 3rd place. Lord Buttrell is also up 1 spot, now in 4. Wow, New 4 Life just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's been practicing their victory dance. Congratulations to No View for Life on winning the race. Well-deserved victory, I must say. Looks like you've got the crown for today. Now, for the drivers who earned some shiny prizes. Pippi Langstrup, you absolutely crushed it with the fastest lap. You get to claim the 2016 Hennessy Venom GT, a real beast in the streetcar world. Turbo Benzina, you took the bet race and snagged yourself a 2012 Ferrari California. Nice work. Both of you clearly have some good luck and skill on your side today. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that during the 1980s the supercars racing class was all about pushing the limits of technology and speed? Back then many of these cars used turbocharged engines that could boost horsepower to insane levels. It was like watching a bunch of sci-fi gadgets compete on wheels. And get this, the cars often looked like they belonged in a comic book with all their flashy designs and wild aerodynamics. Truly a wild and exciting era for racing fans, even if some of those designs looked like they could take flight at any moment. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move. The countdown is almost up, so don't be that person who misses out on the best choice. Hurry up and get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, This is quite the throwback showdown. Calican Bunnies in a 1987 Buick GNX, a car known more for its muscle car attitude than racing finesse. On the other hand, Dralitz goes in a 1983 Porsche 911 the 930 Turbo, which is a classic sports car with some serious agility. Considering the track is Paul Ricard, with its mix of long straights and tricky curves, I'd say the Porsche might have a slight edge thanks to its handling and turbocharged power. But hey, the Buick's got that raw American muscle that can surprise us if it manages to hook up the power right. My bet? I think the Porsche will edge out the Buick in this race. But don't count out the Buick pulling some wild overtake. Let's see how it unfolds. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Paul Ricard WTC track with Frogsworth on pole, behind the wheel of a classic 1986 BMW M3E30. Let's see if that vintage legend can hold on to the lead. Frogsworth has taken an early lead, holding the front spot. Naiba is right behind in second place, and Gina Jones is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a close battle already. Naiba is now in first place. Calican Bunny has moved up one spot to take fourth. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer and Calican Bunny are nose to nose for the fourth position. Schmerzenlied is on a roll, climbing to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lotusos is not far behind, making the same move to 16th place. Pippi Langström is also on the rise, grabbing 19th place after a quick series of overtakes. Naiba and Frogsworth are nose to tail for the lead. Cthulhu Kachu just gained 1 spot and is now 7th. Princess Wildface and Dralitz go are locked in a close fight for 9th. Naiba just snatched the lead from Frogsworth. Princess Wildface is climbing up to 9th, closing in on Hingle McCringleberry. The fight for Pate is heating up. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Schmerzenlied just overtook EU20 place for the 13th spot. Amy and Dralitzko are still locked in a close fight for 10th. Pippi Langström just moved up 1 spot to 18. New for Life and Yabara Rwanda are nose to nose for 22nd. Frogsworth and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 2nd place. Looks like Gina is trying to make a move. Ingo McCringleberry and Cthulhu Kachu are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Gina Jones is now in 1st place. Calican Bunny has climbed to 3rd. Hingle McCringleberry has gained 2 spots and is now in 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Hickory Hamzam, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. AO20 Plays is climbing up to 16th place. Tobo Benzina is narrowing the distance to Marty Freeze by 1.2 seconds. Calican Bunny advances to 2nd place. Hikori Hamsam climbs to 4th. Cthulhu Kachu moves up to 7th. Ablase is really closing the gap on Dreletsko now. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Schmerzenliebe and Ablase are nose to tail for 12th place. Frogsworth is really stalking Hickory Hemzam now, closing that gap by over a second. They are nose to nose for 4th place. Schmerzenliebe just sneaked into the top 12, climbing one spot. Hingle McCringleberry just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Frogsworth and Hingle are nose to tail, fighting hard for that spot. Marty Freeze and Ear Special are locked in a close scrap for 18th. Hickory Hemzam is climbing to 3rd place. Kulukachu is closing the gap on Frogsworth, just 1.2 seconds behind. Princess Wildface is making a move up to 8th place. Amy and Damning Tofi Cancer are nose to nose for 9th place. EU20 plays is creeping up to 15th. New for Life and Turbo Benzina are locked in a fierce duel for 20th. Amy just gained a spot to 9th place. New for Life and Turbo Benzina are neck and neck for 20th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 22nd. Kavulukachu is climbing up to 6th place. Deletsko has moved into 10th. Schmerzenliebe is now in 11th. The race is heating up. Hingle Me, Kringleberry and Naibe are neck and neck for 4th place. Princess Wildface is chipping away at Frogsworth's lead, closing in by over a second. Turbo Benzina is climbing the ladder, grabbing the 20th spot. The vintage supercars are keeping things interesting with their unique quirks and power. The track's tight corners and long straights favor the more agile and powerful cars, which explains the close battles at the top. Kyle. Hingle McCringleberry and Naiba are neck and neck for 4th place. Princess Wildface is climbing up to 7th. Maya is making a move to 12th. Ablase has moved up one spot to take the 14th position. Pippi Langström has also gained one spot, now in 16th place. Lotusos and Pippi Langström are battling closely for 16th place. Cthulhukachu and Hingle Me Kringleberry are neck and neck for 5th place. U20 plays and Ablaze are locked in a fierce fight for 14. Turbo Benzina is creeping up on Marty Freeze, closing the gap by a second and a 10th. U20 plays just climbed one spot to 14th place. Banone 1857 and Ira Special are nose to nose for 20th place. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a Buick GNX from 1987. They started 10th and are currently in 5th, so they've gained 5 places. Looks like they're making some moves. Congratulations, Gina Jones. Looks like your victory at Paul Ricard was well deserved. Guess all those laps paid off. Wow! Gina Jones really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations! That was quite the performance. Looks like Gina's car was just unstoppable today. Can't wait to see if they can do it again in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability, because with no chicanes, the cars need to glide smoothly through the corners without losing control. Speed is important, but being able to maintain a steady, precise line will make all the difference in staying ahead. Acceleration also counts since the straights can be long, but without good grip and cornering ability, all that power is just wasted. So, in short, handling and stability top the list for this kind of race. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in. The clock's ticking and the race is about to start without you. Don't miss out on the fun. Make your pick before it's too late. Alright, this is a classic matchup. On one hand, we've got Rowdy Zerolf with a 1999 Mitsubishi FTO GP, a car known for its balanced handling, but maybe not the most power-packed in this race. On the other, Cheryl Mizirosi's rolling out a 2003 Honda 2000, likely with a bit more agility, and a reputation for lively performance. Looking at the tracks and the cars involved, I might give a slight edge to the Honda S2000, because of its renowned snappy response and its lightweight nature. But hey, the Mitsubishi isn't a slouch either. It could surprise us with some clever cornering. So, my bet? I'd say Cheryl Menzirosi's has the upper hand, but don't count out Rowdy Zerolf just yet. Anything can happen when these AI drivers are pushed to the limits. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Mid-Ohio No Chicane, and leading the pack on pole is Jabu Ugi in a 2007 Peugeot 207 GT. So buckle up for some interesting action from the slow lane. Smurf20 has taken an early lead. Jabu Ugi is right behind in second, and Singoshi is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Tyler is making the charge, climbing 3 spots to 12th place. Jay Boogie is inching closer to the top, now in first. Rowdy Zerolf is also on the move, grabbing third. Looks like Rowdy Zerolf and Smurf20 are locked in a fierce duel for second. Pippi Langstrom is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 4th. Wrath92 is also making moves, jumping 3 spots to 14th. Rodiv Zarolf is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Cherun Nidzerosis and Rowdy Zarolf are nose to tail for 2nd place. Hingle McCringleberry just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th. Smurftwenny and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 5th. Wrath92 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 11th place. Gabitha Minimac is inching forward, now in 6th. Tyler is also moving up, now in 10th. Tyler just sneaks into 9th place. Zachary TV also climbs 1 spot to 20. Areo Serial and Zachary TV are nose to nose for the 20th position. Pippi Langstrom and Cheryl Mizirosis are nose to tail for 3rd place. Scott Dixon is inching up to 12th, closing the gap. Shotskis and Scott Dixon are dueling for 12th. Looks like a battle of patience. Pippi Langstrom is climbing fast into 2nd place. Tyler is making a move into 7th. Wrath92 is inching into the top 10. Pippi Langstrom just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Rowdy Zarolf and Jay Boogie are nose to nose for 2nd place. Tyler is closing fast on Gabitha Minimac, chipping away at the gap. Rowdy Zarolf and Jay Boogie are nose to tail for 2nd place. Tyler is chopping down Gabitha Minimac's lead, now just 1.2 seconds apart. Red Panda Man 84 and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 11th. Tyler is really closing in on Gabitha Minimac, cutting the gap by a solid 1.5 seconds. Singoshi and Toadette TV are locked in a fierce duel for the 14th spot. Moor for Life is climbing up the leaderboard, grabbing the 15th position. Rowdy Zarolf is now in 2nd place. Dabo Oogie and Rowdy Zarolf are nose to tail for 2nd. Tyler has moved up to 6th. Tyler and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting for 5th. Tyler is climbing nicely into the top 5. Red Panda Man 84 is inching closer to the middle of the pack. And Maya is making her way up to the 15th spot, slowly but surely. Maya is closing in on Toadette TV, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. They are in a tight battle for 14th place. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 7th. Turbo Benzina has also gained 1 spot, now in 11th. Maya is on a roll, climbing up to 12. Tyler just nudged into 4th. Amy and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 6th. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are nose to tail for 6th place. Toadette TV is inching closer to the top 15, now in 14th. Toadette TV and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 13th. Wow. Pippi Langstrom, you really took the checkered flag, without even a chicane to slow you down. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Pippi Langstrumpf has really outdone herself and taken the victory. Congratulations on such an impressive win. And with the fastest lap under your belt, you get to claim that sleek 1999 Nissan Skyline GT-R 34. Looks like you've earned yourself a pretty sweet ride. Enjoy it! Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks quick before the timer runs out. Don't want you to miss out on choosing the next overachieving masterpiece or the next disaster on wheels. Ooh, this is a classic battle. The Ford RS200 is known for its rally pedigree, but the Lancia Deltas 4 is legendary for its turbocharged power and agility. On Blackwood Rallycross Reverse, the twisting and turning nature really tests handling and torque. I'd say Ramifis 13 has a slight edge here, because of the Deltas 4's rally heritage and turbo boost. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Maybe the Ford will surprise us with some vintage rally charm. Stay tuned and let's see which car drives off with bragging rights. Alright, everyone. Amy's kicking off from pole in the Group B class, driving a classic 1984 Audi Sport Quattros 1E2. This is going to be a throwback showdown you won't want to miss. Queen Manda has taken the lead right out of the gate. Amy is holding strong in second place. I'm sitting comfortably in third, trying to keep up. Excepcion just gained a spot and is now in 6th place. That tight battle for 5th is heating up between Excepcion and another racer. Rumi Fist 13 is also climbing, now in 9th place after moving up one spot. Ixajax is making the move, climbing up 3 places to 13. Hingle McCringleberry. And someone are nose-to-nose for 4th? Lord Zekritsby and Rummy Fizz 13 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Pumpkin No Flurry is on a roll, climbing up to the 17th place. Frankenbouts is right behind, also making moves to reach the 19th spot. Life is having a tough time dropping back to 21st. Exception is now in 4th place. Exajax has moved up to 11. Scott Dixon and Lux Ravenous are nose to nose for 13. It's their Appers driving a Peugeot 205 T16 Evo 2. They are currently in the 17th place, trying to catch up, but still behind several cars. The race seems to be a tight battle in the middle of the pack. Scott Dixon is dropping like a stone, now in 21st place. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing steadily, now in 5th. Xumagul and Rumyif is 13, are nose to nose for 9th place. Looks like a battle of the titans. Tales of Strilly is on the move, climbing up to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pumpkin Off Flurry is right behind, also up 3 spots to 13. Frankenbouts is not to be left out, grabbing 3 positions to 14. Looks like a little race for the middle of the pack. Gina Jones is on a roll, climbing up to 13. Someone's having a rough time dropping 8 places to 15. Rumi Fistotin is making a move up to 6, leaving a few behind. Tales of Strili just snuck into the top 10. It's their Paris climbing steadily into the teens. Exception is making a move into the middle of the pack. Exception is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Nyana Totep 98 has climbed 2 spots to take the 19th position. Shoebox TV has moved up 1 spot to 21st. Wow, Queen Manda really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Queen Manda really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. That was an impressive performance. Looks like all the practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next. Hey everyone! It looks like we're taking a quick break for some stream maintenance. Don't worry, we'll be back in just a few minutes to see those cars race again. Stay tuned and grab a snack if you need one.